Iran on the international arena, including the UN Security Council. And in a statement, the Foreign Ministry called the attack on Iran reckless, premeditated and unprovoked, and said that Washington and Tel Aviv bear all responsibility for all consequences that derive from this crisis that they have created. They're saying that the two sides are plunging the Middle East into the abyss and prompting other countries to actually acquire more grave means, as they've said, of defending themselves.
OK, we're going to cross over to Berlin now, where Dominic Kane has been standing by for us. And Dominic, can you just give us more of an idea about what European leaders have been saying and reacting to what's happened throughout the day?
Well, not the sort of sentiment that we've just been hearing about from the Russian government. The E3, the European three, that's the French, the Germans, the British, issued a statement, a joint statement from their respective heads of state or heads of government a few hours ago, in which they made clear that they called on Iran to end
that in his statement that he put out on social media. Is that even possible, though, do you think?
I think it's very, very unlikely. I mean, I don't think the United States is prepared to put boots on the ground, and so I don't see a quick path to regime change. I think that the strategy is to probably try to create as much chaos and violence as possible. This is not just a U.S. war; it's a U.S.-Israeli war, and one of Israel's primary doctrines is the Dahiya doctrine, which is to try to, create maximum suffering amongst civilians. And to Dr. Fouad's point, they bombed a school and killed dozens of little girls. In 1953, the U.S. and at that time the British went in and carried out a chaos operation in hopes of bringing about regime change, and they were successful at that time. They overthrew the first democratically elected prime minister in the history of Iran. They paid thugs, they bribed people, and I think this is a similar effort. They want to create chaos and violence and then hope that some folks on the ground will carry out the actual changing of the system, but I think it's very, very unlikely.
And that's what we heard from Donald Trump as well, Paul, calling on the Iranian people to stand up and take over the streets once it's safe to do so. Can you just give us an idea, this idea of chaos and violence that Mohammed was talking about? I guess the initial strikes are the easy part in any of this, but what happens next? What is Trump's next move to go to, do you think?
Well, what happens next is what we're all trying to figure out, because there are several different scenarios. One is the United States and Israel are just committed to a kinetic, violent path that removes the upper echelon of Iran's political and possibly religious establishment, and then leaves the door open for someone to fill that vacuum, which could be something like in Venezuela, which looks very much like an inside job, or it could be something that is an outcome the United States doesn't want, the IRGC actually taking effective control of Iran. It could also be that the United States believes in a day or two that it has made its point and that Iran will be forced back to the negotiating table. Regime change will.
Hello, everyone. The biggest thing right now, let me turn off the speaker. The biggest story right now is that Khamenei might actually be dead. So that's something we're waiting to hear on in about 20 minutes. And, Israel says they got him. Israel Channel 12. But we have to validate that. And I do believe this is the report that initially came out that was talking about it. So we'll watch this while we wait for the official.
Okay. We are getting word from Israel Channel 12, who are now reporting that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead.
Oh, wow.
That the Iranian supreme leader has been killed in the airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel today. A determined effort by President Donald Trump to topple the Iranian regime. And if true, the reports coming to us now from Israeli Channel 12 that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead, then they have indeed toppled the very head of that regime. And the consequences and ramifications of that can only be guessed at, because we have also been reporting just in the last few minutes that the Iranian Defense Minister, Amir Nasirazdeh, and also the Israeli,
Did you hear what he said? He said Iranian. He's mixing it all together.
Commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Commander Mohammed Pakpour, is also dead. These two top officials, one a military official, the other a civilian official in charge, of course, of the military, the Iranian Defense Minister, and the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, according to Reuters, quoting 3 Iranian sources, have been killed. Add to that these very significant reports now coming from Israeli Channel 12 television, reporting that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, has been killed in those strikes.
That is incredible breaking news that Mark White is bringing you there. I mean, he's 86 years old. He's been the real figurehead for the regime.
This is, excuse me. This is the official report from Channel 12 in Israel. So, you know, obviously this is Global News, but it says Israel's assessed that Ayatollah Khamenei was killed. I think this morning the initial report was that obviously they attacked and they were trying to kill him, along with the president and the rest of his cabinet and everything. But it looks like he was taken to a safe place, and that safe place was hit. So that's the report right now. So is he actually dead? I don't know if they'd be able to actually get in there and tell. But that's the report right now. And I'm hoping 2CTV is supposed to be doing a report on it here shortly. So I'm going to see if he has any insiders on the ground or something that can confirm it. But I don't know how they would confirm that, especially that fast. They would have to have people on the ground to confirm that.
Strikes launched by strikes aimed at the figureheads of the Iranian regime. And the very top of that pile is the Ayatollah. And as I say, Channel 12 in Israel reporting that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been killed.
Okay, Mark White for now. Thank you very much. That's live breaking news for you. So let's talk to former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett. Mr. Bennett, thank you so much for joining us. Can we just have your reaction to that breaking news, please? That according to Israel Channel 12, the Ayatollah has been killed by an Israeli strike. Now, can I have your reaction, please?
Well, it's not yet been confirmed, but this guy...
Just for the record, this is kind of funny. So people are pointing out this Clayton Morris. If you don't know who that is, that's redacted news. But he was basically saying that Mark Rubio was flying out there on Monday, supposedly, to Israel, and they're not going to attack while Rubio's there. And people were like, well, you know, maybe. So there might not be anything. I said all signs point to an attack any second. He also told people to leave Israel ASAP. He's sending mixed signals probably on purpose. And someone said not this weekend. And, you know, people were like, oh, oops, and laughing and stuff. So I basically called it. I mean, I'm not like a super high level, you know, like war analyst or anything like that. But, you know, just based on everything we were seeing, I thought it was pretty obvious that it was going to happen. And, I mean, the amount of assets moved, probably billions of dollars to position those things there. They're not just going to let it fly by.
The whole world, this guy's hands, Khamenei's hands, are soaked in blood of citizens and civilians from all across the world, from the United States, from Europe, from Israel, tens of thousands of his own people that he's been butchering throughout the years, especially over the past few weeks. This guy is the epicenter of global terror, the head of the octopus of terror, and hopefully he's dead.
What does that mean for what happens?
And just continued breaking news, there are still missiles and possibly drones heading towards Israel. So they keep having their source. Trust me, bro. That's funny. But the SOFAR app is TZOFAR if you want to monitor it yourself. But Israel is getting bombed still by missiles. And it looks like they just issued another incoming. And this has been going for, so this started around midnight Central. So right now it's almost 11 o'clock my time. So it's been about 11 hours or so of this war. And it started off obviously with the US and Israel hitting Iran, trying to do like a decapitation strike. And they had some success. They did hit some of the leadership, but obviously Khamenei, we're still waiting to hear official 100% on.
Now, are very heavily armed. I mean, if someone does step in to take over leadership, they've got the arms. The ordinary Iranian people, most of them just armed with their fists. Would Israel, do you think, be willing to go in, put boots on the ground to help them get democracy back into their country?
No one's talking about boots on the ground. What we are doing is decapitating the leadership of the IRGC, of the tyrannical police, Basij, of all the elements in this horrible terrorist regime that have been killing their own people. And we're giving the air support to do that. I think that the message of President Trump has been very clear. Any IRGC person who lays down his weapons will be safe. Anyone who continues fighting, his head is next. So at the end of the day, it's up to the Iranian people, and we're praying for them, and we're working hard from above to give that support.
How much more support would Israel, do you think, be willing to give, though? Keep coming back to that point. The IRGC are very, very heavily armed. The ordinary people of Iran have nothing but their fists.
A lot of actions have been taken, covert actions to allow Iranian people.
So per that report, in Israel Channel 12, they're saying the Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. And we're waiting for official, like 100%. But I would say if an Israel news channel is saying it, they think that must be true. So that's what they're being told on their side. And again, that could be fog of war type of stuff as well.
Not careful, effective, or thorough. This is an administration that runs, as the kids would say, on vibes. And the fact that we are sitting here in Doha, one of the most peaceful countries in the Middle East, where for the third time in a year we are under attack by one country or another, really signifies that something has gone wrong with the calculus of means and ends in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, the word unprecedented has been well used today as well as over the last 8 or 9 months. Fawad, if we can go back to you, obviously Donald Trump's talking about regime change.
We have interceptions that are supposedly happening right now or very recently. And this is the Iron Dome in Tel Aviv, Israel, intercepting incoming missiles. And if you've never seen it, function before, it's actually pretty cool. Supposedly they have like a missile or a laser dome now too. I don't know how effective it is, but definitely a lot easier than missiles. But if you remember in the 12-day war, we had a volley. And actually, let me see if I can find that. I know we had a volley that came in. Where is it? Let's see if this shows it. Yeah, so this is supposedly, some people say this is AI. I don't think it is, but this is all the missiles that are taken off, the ICBMs and stuff that are taken off from, actually I don't know if they're ICBMs, so I won't say that, but these are the missiles that are coming from Iran heading towards Israel. So as you can see, I don't know if you remember back in the 12-day war, but there was one point where they had video of all the missiles were flying by. I think there was like 200. That's probably the craziest thing I've seen. I don't know if this has gotten to those kind of numbers yet. I think the first volley was only like 36 missiles, but it's definitely still going.
Situation. What would it potentially change to? Who could potentially take over, do you think?
When you talk to real Iran experts like our brother Mohammed in Doha, this is what they would tell you, that changing Iranian government is not going to be really possible. The only people that advocate the idea of changing Iran's government as a possibility are people who work for Israeli think tanks. Other serious observers of Iran, scholars of Iran, realize that the current government came about after a very popular revolution that overthrew one of the most corrupt governments in history of Iran and the world. The Shah's government was one of the most corrupt governments of the 20th century for sure. And bringing back his son, who is a fascist, who visited Israel 2 times in the middle of genocide, is not going to be a very bright idea. He has very little support in Iran. I don't want to say less than 1% because that would be too much. Everybody knows that he is on the payroll of Netanyahu. Some people here may be dissatisfied with government policies, but they don't want to be foot soldiers for Trump and genocidal people. They understand what's going on. They understand their country is under attack. The parents of those 80 little girls in city of Minab in southern Iran.
So really quick, this is according to CNN, and we know they don't like Trump, so I'm not sure if we should take everything they're saying as legitimate, but they said there were 63 students that were killed in an Iranian school. So I don't know if a school was, an intended target necessarily. That's kind of interesting. So 63 students were killed in an Iranian school, supposedly, and the death toll rose to 63 dead, 92 injured. That's according to CNN.
Air and from sea in cooperation with Israel. According to a US official speaking to Al Jazeera, the strikes on Iran will continue for at least the coming days. The official says it is an extensive air and sea campaign against Iran. The objectives are broad and tangible and will include strikes across the country. Dismantling Iranian security forces is the main purpose of the strikes. Well, Iran's Supreme National Security Council has issued a statement. It reads, according to the information obtained from these 2 corrupt regimes, their operations will continue in Tehran and some other cities. The government has already prepared all the needs of society and there is no concern about the supply of public necessities. Schools and universities will be closed until further notice. Banks will continue to serve the dear nation of Iran. It goes on to say government offices will operate at 50% capacity for the time being. Well, Marwan Bashara is Al Jazeera senior political analyst. He joins us live from where we are, also in Doha. Marwan, thanks for being with us once again. Can we just get your initial thoughts on how you have viewed what's played out over the last 10 hours or so?
Actually, probably it's a good thing, Tom, to just start off from where you left with your guests. Because I think there's been a confusion throughout the day about what exactly is the end game here and whether it is regime change. And if it is regime change, how is it going to exactly go down in Iran? And I think it's very important to contextualize here. Simply for the last 20 years of American foreign policy, the Middle East, they tried 3 types of regime change in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya. One was with the United Nations Security Council resolution, that's Afghanistan. One was without UN Security Council resolution, that was Iraq. One with a responsibility to protect type UN Security Council resolution that was extended to some kind of a regime change in Libya. In Iraq, there was deployment of troops on the ground, and then after a major bombing, and there was a serious regime change that turned truly disastrous, costing trillions of dollars and thousands of American soldiers and hundreds of thousands of Iraqi deaths. In Afghanistan, same, but with the United Nations Security Council resolution, they even trained an Afghan army. But 20 years later, again, they withdrew, Taliban took over, and the regime change attempt was disastrous. In Libya, there was, as I said, the United Nations Security Council resolution of responsibility to protect, not exactly regime change, but it turned to a regime change without American boots on the ground. That's important. Without American boots on the ground, the Americans were able, along with the Europeans, to change the Gaddafi regime. And the result? Disastrous. Libya continues to suffer from major divisions, major chaos, violence, and so on and so forth. So 3 attempts by the United States within 2 decades, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya, proved to be more or less an utter failure. Not because Gaddafi was a good guy, he was a horrible man. Not because the Taliban are the best people, the most enlightened people, they're not. Not because Saddam Hussein ran a good government, he did not. He was a dictator. So the idea was to change.
This is supposedly more information about that school that was hit. So it says death toll after the Israeli attack on the school in Iran jumps to 40. We have reported earlier that an Israeli strike hit an elementary girls' school in Manab, a city in the Hormuzgan province of southern Iran, killing 24 people. I've heard that's up to like 36 now. Well, I guess 40 now. The death toll jumped to 40. So if this is true, you know, why were they targeting this school? Obviously, we know with missiles and these kind of munitions, they're not perfect. So they may not have aimed for the school, but obviously there's going to be collateral damage. And Trump has said as much with the U.S. troops. He said we may have some casualties as well.
Turned out to be failure. So trying that again in Iran and expect a different result, I think there's a term for that.
Yeah, I guess that prompts the question, what has led Donald Trump to believe that this time will be different? And has Netanyahu really got his ear and he's the one who's driving Donald Trump to this?
Thank you for that, Tom. Thank you for that question, because that is the $64 billion question, right? Because for the past 8 years, we heard nothing, past 10 years, we've heard nothing from Trump but dumping on the Bush administration for getting involved in Iraq. Nothing but dumping on the Biden administration for getting involved against Russia in Ukraine. He's been dumping nonstop on his predecessors for getting involved in the forever wars that he said that if he was there, they would have never happened, and he doesn't like them, and so on and so forth. He condemned his predecessors for getting involved in the type of Iraq adventure. But he is borrowing not a page, not two, not a chapter, an entire playbook from the 2003 invasion of Iraq, in the sense of bombing Iraq without the United Nations Security Council resolution, without a real debate in Congress, without any serious attempt at explaining to the American people. Back then, by the way, some 70% of the American people supported the war in Iraq. Today, 21% support the American war against Iran. So really, it's not just a question whether the Iranian regime is corrupt or not. It probably is not exactly the best regime, and it's not enlightened, not democratic. It probably should not be there, right? It's as far as most Iranian people. But the solution is not military intervention. Hence, yes.
Breaking news, there's reports that the Strait of Hormuz is supposedly cut off. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Office has issued an advisory stating that multiple vessels operating in the Arabian Gulf have received radio calls advising that the Strait of Hormuz is closed to all traffic. Some commercial ships traffic is turning around and diverting while others are proceeding as normal. This is a bad situation because obviously we know that Iran controls that. So if they decide to go in anyway, then there might be a situation where they're going to get attacked. And we know the Houthis and some of these other Iranian terrorist little cells. So they're going to start attacking ships and stuff again too. But here's the official. We don't need to read that. This is right here. So Strait of Hormuz is right through this channel here. So obviously very easy targets. And once they're in here, then they're stuck and they're sitting ducks. So we definitely don't want that to happen.
Cronies in Washington. And no, I don't believe in some kind of a Jewish conspiracy or Israeli lobby conspiracy. I don't think that way. I think it is not exactly serious analysis. But there is a Netanyahu symbiotic influence over Trump. His cronies are influential in Washington and in the Trump administration, and they tend to influence Trump's policy in the Middle East on the question of Iran. And that's why we've seen Trump with his ego and everything else, and, you know, for whatever other reasons he had after Venezuela, to think that he could copy that success in Venezuela, you know.
Whatever missiles were heading towards Israel, they gave the all safe but stay close to your protected space warning. So they must have already hit or been intercepted. Then again, that's been going on for 11 hours now. So imagine living there as citizens. And then we have I'm looking to see if there's any flights. So according to flight radar, obviously it's nighttime there. And you can see there's refuelers out here. We have some Pegasus. Oh, that's not even... that's military government. What is that? Boeing 767. I'm not even sure what that plane does. But it's a military government plane. Israeli. Oh, so that might be... maybe that's someone leaving. There was rumors that Netanyahu was leaving Israel. So, I don't know if that's... I doubt that's his. I'm sure they wouldn't have a transponder turned on. But we have these other... Pegasus. That's a refueler. I think this is all Pegasus. There might be a Stratotanker. Yep, there's a Stratotanker mixed in right there. So these are the ones that are flying off. We know that the fighter jets and stuff are over here on the carrier. And they're just refueling these jets. And they've been doing this for, almost 12 hours now. Just nonstop, just circling and refueling, circling and refueling. And then obviously they take off back to Iran. So this is a big campaign.
Administration. He saw Trump what? 9, 10 times within 1 year, more than any other foreign leaders. Again, getting to Trump's ear and tried to manipulate him on the question of Iran, where the American president ended up really repeating Israeli sound bites.
Marwan, we heard from US officials saying that these strikes are going to continue at least for the next few days. Iran has responded. They've said all along that they're going to try and make this a regional conflict. Are we on the precipice of a regional war, do you think?
Well, look, I mean, the fact that we here in Doha have been already subjected to, the alarms and so on and so forth, and other Gulf states have been attacked. Of course, Israel, Jordan has been under threat and so on. So clearly this is just...
For anyone that wasn't familiar with what happened this morning, basically all the allies got hit. Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Iraq, Qatar, Jordan. So no one was, no one was really safe this morning. I don't know. I think it sounds like it's still going on. Same thing. And then there's stuff like this that's going around saying that a bunch of Israelis are fleeing. They're trying to get out of the area, trying to fly out of the country and that kind of stuff. And I did hear a report, it's not confirmed, that Netanyahu also left. He also flew out, which I think would make sense.
So on and so forth, that will
if things are going to get that bad.
Escalation. So I think this is going to be snowballing, no doubt, if Trump leaving it, open-ended. Because at the end of the day, the end game is going to be shaped by the type of operation we're going to see unravel the next few days. If it's limited, then it's meant to push the Iranians back to the negotiations table with more concessions. If it's wide open, as Israel hopes it is, in order to do or effect regime change along the lines that I discussed earlier, then we're really up to a major regional war, with Iran having a good number of assets at its disposal to use, probably destabilizing a good number of its neighbors. And I think that's going to go on. Now, whether the United States would succeed to decapitate the regime and allow for something better, I certainly doubt that, because I think at best the scenario would be something that looks like a civil war.
Welcome back to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and this is the Iran War Room, as the Islamic Republic of Iran have now closed the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, this is triggering all the Persian Gulf Arab countries, and also IRGC's own very ally, China. There's a lot happening as the Islamic nutters of Iran, the Islamic occupation forces, continue to be all over the place. The Israelis and the United States military control the skies over multiple cities in the country. We're going to give you guys all the live coverage. We also have our live feed, thanks to our 2CTV team, live cameras from across the region. There is also the reports from the Israeli Defense Forces that the supreme leader...
Yeah, I know a lot of people said they can't stand this guy. He's the one that was saying also that Khamenei was I want to hear him say that there's no official yes or no on Khamenei. That's really all I was looking for. So if he doesn't get to it pretty quickly, then I'll switch off.
Reports might be accurate. Of course, we will give you guys all the information on this. A lot has also come up from the Arab countries. First things first, I did promise you months ago, a lot of you guys have been demanding to get the special discount. I said the moment the Islamic Republic is falling, I will give you guys a limited discount offer for 2CTV Plus memberships. Yes, it's time. Use the promo code Iran75 by going on 2c.tv to get 75% off.
I love how everything always goes back to marketing his marketing his stuff. But what he was saying as I muted him was that he was going to have that information coming up. He didn't say that he actually had it yet. He didn't officially say that he was gone or not. So we're still waiting to hear that.
On the latest videos and updates, people in Iran, when they found out that Ali Khamenei's right-hand man, Shamkhani, was eliminated by the Americans and the Israelis, they were out celebrating. Watch this.
All right, we'll see if he actually gets anything. It looks like he's playing the same stuff everyone else has already played. He's kind of doing like a recap of, the last several hours because he hasn't been live yet. So we will probably...
And if the Iranian people...
Yeah, we'll listen to something else that's a little bit more current.
We're going to see a full-fledged civil war. That would be the ultimate tragedy.
Indeed. Marwan, as always, we really do appreciate your insight. We'll leave it there for the moment. Marwan Bashara, Al Jazeera's senior political analyst. With Hoda Sadi is in Tehran and has been reporting from the ground where ongoing strikes are shaking the Iranian capital.
This is the report, or one of them. This is from Jackson Hinkle. There's reports that Netanyahu's plane fled to Greece, apparently. So obviously he's probably not still in that exact spot, but it looks like he's traveled. I don't know if this is true or not because there were some issues, I believe, with Greece and Netanyahu. But we're seeing all kinds of stuff like this. We're saying that Khamenei is dead or not, and that that maybe he fled earlier this morning, and then we're hearing Netanyahu has fled as well. But we're still waiting for official reports. With this kind of stuff, it's really hard to find anything that's 100% concrete.
Downtown, as you can hear, sounds of massive explosion are being heard after the initiation of a campaign of strikes by the American and Israelis. Pastor neighborhood, which is one of the most important political areas in Iran, has been for several times targeted alongside with other military areas that are reportedly targeted as well. And that doesn't stop there, as we know that there are other places across the country, other cities that have been also targeted. This is not the first time that the Iranians are facing a confrontation, specifically back in June, when the country was in the middle of negotiations and a campaign of strikes by the Americans and Israelis targeted not just nuclear facilities.
Yeah, the thing that we just looked at, Hoaxing pointed out this from 2025, and I've seen that reposted, not even with the 2025 label. So it looks like that one is false, but I have heard reports even besides that he fled. So that one itself is not legit.
Concern regarding the possibility of escalation, not just here in the capital, but also across the country. And now this is a very critical situation because what we are hearing from the Iranian side is that there are going to be a crushing response ahead when it comes to actually preparations of the military response from Tehran side. This is a developing story and we are closely following to see what comes next. And still, I can hear sounds of explosion here in the downtown.
Saudi Arabia has confirmed it was also targeted by Iran. The government has released a statement. It says the kingdom rejects and condemns in the strongest terms the blatant and cowardly Iranian attacks that targeted the Riyadh region in the eastern province and were repelled. It goes on to say the attacks cannot be justified under any pretext or in any way, and which came despite the Iranian authorities' knowledge that the kingdom has affirmed that it will not allow its airspace or territory to be used to target Iran. Abdulaziz Al-Ghashian is a senior non-resident fellow at the Gulf International Forum. He says the Israeli-US attacks have led to volatile uncertainty in the region.
it is exactly what the Saudi diplomacy and GCC diplomacy has
negotiate with a regime which is really just committed to using negotiations as a stalling tactic.
And Alex, really, how effective are military strikes in degrading Iran's nuclear capability long term here?
Well, I think that they can be very effective. I mean, we'd already seen that in the 12-day war in June that Israel and the United States set back the Iran nuclear program immeasurably. But what we had seen in recent months and weeks is that they were looking to restart the program. And because Israel did not touch the 60% enriched uranium, because that would pose a security risk to the people of Iran. So Israel decided not to hit that militarily. But now Israel, I believe, had fair intelligence that Iran was trying to use that uranium either to get it to full nuclear capacity or potentially to use it and create some kind of a dirty bomb, not a full nuclear weapon, but something that could still do immense damage, even at only 60% capacity. But I think that what's happened since June has been the collection of tremendous intelligence. And we've even seen here over the last hours that, Israel knows when Iran is going to launch ballistic missiles at Israel. How do they know that? They have on the ground high quality intelligence. And I believe that they took this intelligence to the president, saying that they were rebuilding their nuclear program, that they had sped up the production of ballistic missiles. And I think it's crossed the line for President Trump.
I do want to just remind our viewers here that we had gotten this information, that we do know there is going to be an emergency UN meeting that's going to be taking place in New York City a little bit later on today. What can we expect during that emergency meeting?
I think that you can expect that the United Nations Security Council is going to condemn the U.S. strikes against Iran. I mean, you have the whole Arab League, which is going to be opposed to a joint U.S.-Israeli strike. This is a body that.
We've also heard news from Russia that obviously they condemn this because that's one of their allies. But you can see the airspace is clear over Iraq, over Iran, Syria, Jordan, some parts of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait. Looks like Qatar is still going, but United Arab Emirates is cleared. So this is commercial flights right here. And then for military stuff, obviously, most of it we won't see, except maybe the straddle tankers. So the jets can find them, and they're still going. The Pegasus and the straddle tankers, they're still doing refueling.
Body to begin with, so they will assuredly be upset that the president of the United States is partnering with the state of Israel in this war, which started with Hamas's attack on October 7th. The UN citing Israel over and over again for its conduct during the war inside of Gaza. I don't think that the president nor Israel really care too much what the UN has to say about the strikes, but I think that we know that the UN is going to come out with.
This post from Charlie Kirk has resurfaced now, as far as the timing and stuff goes.
Let's do some updates about Israel and Iran and potentially the United States. On one side is the Lindsey Graham, John Bolton types, where they are actively calling for regime change. Here is Lindsey Graham. This is just lunacy. This kind of analysis is not helpful. This kind of approach, this kind of argument, it has nothing to do with nuclear weapons at this point. This is now that we want to go all in and take out the regime. It's time for us to close the chapter on the Iranian Ayatollah and his henchmen and start a new chapter in the Middle East. And that sounds good, doesn't it? But what have we learned when it comes to wars, and especially wars in the Middle East? What you draw up on a whiteboard rarely happens. What you think theoretically is going to occur, there might be unintended and unforeseen consequences, especially when you're talking about a country 2.5 times the size of Texas. It has 90 million people and was an ancient and great power with well over a dozen ethnic groups. You have underground Christians. You don't really have many Jews left in Persia. But also you have secular younger Persians. Who's going to run the country exactly, Lindsey Graham? This sounds like Hillary Rodham Clinton in Libya. So I'm pointing to the first extreme right now, the neoconservative extreme. We must go take off the head of the snake right now. Play cut 285.
Be all in, President Trump, in helping Israel eliminate the nuclear threat. If we need to provide bombs to Israel, provide bombs. If we need to fly planes with Israel, do joint operations. But here's the bigger question. Wouldn't the world be better off if the Ayatollahs went away and replaced by something better? Wouldn't Iran be better off? It's time to close the chapter on the Iranian Ayatollah and his henchmen. Let's close that chapter soon and start a new chapter in the Mideast, one of tolerance, hope, and peace.
Okay, that sounds good, but that's pathologically insane. I'm sorry, it is. How do you know it's going to be better? Yeah,
So one thing I found very interesting about that report is that he says he basically, the verbiage he's using, he's painting the Ayatollah and them as not being human, which I found, which is not uncommon in these type of situations where they just see them more as like a nuisance. They don't see them as actual like physical human beings and stuff that are alive. But that was interesting language. But yeah, so Charlie Kirk was all over it. And a lot of people say that's maybe why he's not here anymore, right?
Here's another question, Alex, from Cynthia saying, if Iran does have nuclear weapons, how likely is it for them to use them? And what would a nuclear weapon deployment look like?
Yeah, I think this is the big threat here, and this is what Israelis are worried about, certainly, and others across the region. The belief is that if Iran has a nuclear weapon, they are likely to use it, especially if this is the final moment of their regime. There is a belief, it was taught by Muslim experts, including the former professor from Princeton.
Real quick, if you haven't already, hit that like. It's the only thing that helps the algorithm and lets YouTube know that you guys enjoy this content. Much appreciated.
That believed that by provoking some kind of conflict that they could bring about their Messiah, the 12th Imam, the Mahdi. So there is a feeling that if they had a nuclear weapon, they could use it. Bernard Lewis had said that mutually assured destruction was not a deterrent, rather it was an inducement.
Another good question here that I wanted to share, this coming in from one of our viewers. We had seen the Pentagon was building up the largest force of American warships and aircraft in the Middle East, really that we had seen in decades. What is the U.S. doing to protect American nationals in the Middle East right now?
Well, we saw the United States issuing warnings even in Israel. We saw Ambassador Huckabee on Friday issuing a warning to American nationals in Israel, including staff of the embassy, to get out today, which I think was a severe warning that there was going to be an impending attack in the coming days or hours. It turned out to be hours. But we see the United States has, like you said, brought a massive armada into the Middle East, and surely the protection of U.S. assets, especially military assets and the air bases all across the region, has been a top priority. We see that the Gerald Ford is not stationed opposite Iran; it's actually stationed opposite Israel right now, and I believe it's there in as much of a defensive posture as it is an offensive posture.
And Alex, you let me know if I have to let you go here, but I do have a couple more from our viewers I would just like to ask you. This one from Blaine saying, will a sustained...
So there's some reports of suicide drones that are moving towards Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And then there's some people on the ground. They're in Israel. And they say despite the missiles overhead today, there's been zero panic in Israel, especially where this person lives. So they're saying that the dome... and I guess apparently the fighter jets that are assisting, and I know that the aircraft carriers and stuff can also assist in taking down incoming missiles. So far, it's not been that bad for Israel yet. The IDF says it's conducting the biggest air operation ever undertaken by the Israeli Air Force.
And the rapid need to restock. But I think that the United States, the largest military, and Trump in his speech that he gave, his video statement at the beginning of this campaign, he talked about how he had rebuilt the U.S. military during his first term to unprecedented levels. And I do believe that that is enough of a stock in order to maintain multiple fronts simultaneously. But I also don't think that this military campaign is going to be an extended military campaign. Certainly, it can be several days. It might even be several weeks. But I do not believe that the President of the United States wants the United States military to be engaged in an operation that lasts longer than that.
Alex, I also just wanted to share this here with you because we had been talking with our previous guest about how Iran could retaliate. We have seen there already have been retaliatory strikes. But this question asking, what are the odds of Iranian cyber retaliation to U.S. bases in Europe and the Middle East?
Well, I think that that's been a major threat, as we know that the Iranians have attempted to do cyber attacks, both in the United States, certainly in Israel, over the last years and months. So I'm sure that the Cyber Defense Protectorate in the United States and Israel are working overtime right now to try to block cyber attacks. And there was also reports that this morning here in the Middle East that the United States have used major cyber attacks in Iran. So we see that cyber is a major component of warfare today.
Alex, is there anything else you'd like to add about this before I let you go here? We do appreciate you staying on with us and answering all of these questions.
Well, I think it's really important to understand that this actually is very much in the interest of the United States. It's in the interest of the United States to see a peaceful Middle East. This Iranian regime, since 1979, has been the greatest destabilizing force in the entire region. They've destabilized Iraq, they've destabilized Syria, they've destabilized Lebanon, they've destabilized Yemen, and in turn...
There's new reports of HFC warnings, so missiles are being launched again from Iran towards Israel, and they're having people shelter again. It looks like the U.S. and Israeli armies have not yet gained control of the Iranian airspace. So, remember in the 12-day war, at one point, the fighter jets could just freely fly wherever they wanted and strike, on demand, basically. There's reports that Iran is still controlling their own airspace. So they haven't gotten total control yet. And the UK has moved more air defense assets to the Middle East. So this is probably going to be a protracted war. Definitely days, definitely weeks. I don't know if it's going to make months, but not good.
This is an Israel problem. They should take care of it. The United States is looking to protect all the allies of the United States across the Middle East, and taking out this regime is long overdue.
All right, Alex Traiman, always appreciate you joining the show. We do appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
We continue to give you up-to-the-minute updates here, and this is one of those updates we had just been sharing with you from the Islamic Republic of Iran, saying that Iran's foreign minister held a phone call with Russian counterparts following this military aggression by the United States. That's what it's saying there per that X post. But I also did want to share for those just tuning in here right now, no U.S. fatalities or injuries have been confirmed as part of Iran's counterattacks following these strikes this morning. Damage assessments remain ongoing as officials evaluate the impact of missile and drone launches targeting U.S. facilities across the Middle East. Several bases in Bahrain, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates and Kuwait were placed on heightened alert amid the retaliation. U.S. embassies in parts of the region have also issued security notices urging Americans to shelter in place while military installations continue operating under elevated force protection conditions. So I did want to share that here with you. Once again, no confirmed U.S. casualties in Iranian counterattacks. That's according to Fox News just about 20 minutes ago. We got that update in.
Okay, so no casualties on our side yet. And there's a report that Israel hacked a popular Iranian prayer app. So there's an app for praying in Iran, and Israel hacked it, potentially millions of phones this morning, urging Iranian military personnel to detect and defect from the regime and to fight to liberate the country. So that goes back to that messaging from Netanyahu and Trump saying to basically take your country back. Very interesting. So they're hacking apps that people have access to and sending messages that way. It's pretty smart, but that just goes to show you what they can do. We had some app issues this morning, especially like flight radar. And then there's lots of shrapnel. I mean, a lot of people don't understand how big these things are. This is a missile shrapnel that fell in northern Israel. I mean, these things are monstrous. This is just part of it. That looks like the fuel tank, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't know a lot about the missiles, but crazy stuff. And obviously, I don't want to play copywritten music, so I will let that do its thing. Now, let's see what the latest news is here. IDF says 200 fighter jets conducted extensive attacks. Lebanon's presidency says President Joseph Aoun received a message from the U.S. ambassador to Lebanon, Michel Issa, stating that Israel will not take action against Lebanon, provided Lebanon does not carry out actions against it. So Lebanon right now is like, holy crap. They do not want to be included in the strike. We'll see if they stick to that. And then this shows an Iranian drone hitting a building in Bahrain, supposedly. In the age of AI, it's really hard to know. The part that always makes it interesting to me is how the zoom in is always perfectly timed and that kind of stuff. I guess the person could be sitting there like zooming in and out as they see it come close, but whenever you see like a lot of camera movement like that, most people when they're filming, they're not zooming in and out a bunch and messing with it. They're just holding it. So this might not be legit, but we do know that obviously there's attacks going on. That's that same one. So this is Fatex News. So is that the same tower? Looks like it. We have the second building here. Yeah, so it looks like that is legit. So this drone hitting this building is confirmed by Fatex News Networks. That it was, this one is the one that we saw, but they also supposedly hit these other two over here as well. Kuwaiti hospitals have received 12 wounded amid Iranian strikes. And obviously we have the U.S. bases and stuff there. So we don't know if there's any U.S. casualties yet. It doesn't sound like there are. And I mean, this is the whole thing. Like, I think the whole goal of this, obviously, besides regime change and to free the people, was to hit the Ayatollah. So Khamenei was the target. And there's still, you know, a spokesperson for Iran is saying that they're not in a position to confirm whether Ayatollah Khamenei has been eliminated or not. So not only is like Israel 12 News saying that he was eliminated, but you have Iran saying they don't know if he's eliminated. So we still don't know officially. And I'm still listening to Tusi, and I haven't heard anything official yet there either. But that's the big question. Obviously, this is all important. There's a loss of life and all that stuff is terrible. But the real question is, did they hit their intended target initially? We're still waiting on commercial break over there. I'll see if there's any other news networks that are up. And then chat, can you guys put where you're watching from? Is anyone in the Middle East? This is the skyline over Haifa, Israel. We saw straddle tankers and refuelers on the move. I don't see anything different there, really. Same patterns, just doing circles around Israel and Jordan. Refueling fighter jets to go back and hit Iran again. And like we heard earlier, they were saying that it didn't seem like the U.S. and Israel had control over the air yet over Iran. All right, we'll see what Sky News has. It looks like Fox is doing a commercial break with no commercials, which is interesting.
Potentially a missile shot down by Israel's Golden Dome defense system over Jerusalem after Israel pounded Iran in that 12-day air war.
He lost all credibility instantly. Did you guys hear what he said? He said Israel's Golden Dome. It's the Iron Dome. He's mixing that with the Golden Dome that the U.S. is trying to put together. Pretty funny.
Dome defense system kicking in once again and protecting people in the city of Jerusalem. We're keeping our eyes, of course, on the skies above Israel and indeed the whole region. Well, President Trump addressed the American people in the early hours of the morning, confirming a major combat operation was underway, and he urged the Iranian people to rise up against their government.
That's a really good point. Where did that one go? Here we go. Khamenei has how many body doubles? So, I mean, the one that was in the bunker being protected could have just been a body double, and Khamenei could have been gone a long time ago in Russia. He could be hanging out in Russia, right? He might be with Snowden, exchanging facts.
Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security.
People keep playing this Trump speech over and over again.
Destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to
If you want to hear it, it's like 8 minutes. You can go find it pretty easily on the internet.
Obliterated. We're going to annihilate their navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces, and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. Lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
President Trump there speaking in the early hours of this morning. Well, we can also hear from Iran's Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, who spoke to our US partners, NBC News. Here's some of what he had to say about the situation.
Well, the situation on the ground is quite, I cannot say normal, but the life is going on. Everything is under control. I think Americans and Israelis failed to, access to hit their targets.
Can you confirm with specificity that the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is alive, and separately that the Iranian president is alive right now following these American and Israeli strikes?
As far as I know, yes, they are alive, and the head of judiciary as well.
So someone who's there in Iran, he's saying as far as he knows, they're still alive. And then you're hearing from Israel that they're dead, or at least Khamenei is dead. So again, the fog of war. And this is a hotel that was hit. So in these retaliatory strikes from Iran, I don't know if they're indiscriminately hitting areas. I assume they have some pre-targeted stuff for the U.S. bases and assets in the region. But this is supposedly a hotel that got hit. So this is already spreading over to civilians. And then the Turkish president, Erdogan, he says, for no more blood to be shed for our region not to suffer great pain, all actors, especially the Islamic world, must urgently take action. So are we talking about activating cells? Is this going to cause attacks in America and other places? And then this is supposed to be audio from the ships in the Strait of Hormuz.
This is Sepah Navy, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy. From now on, all navigating through the Strait of Hormuz is forbidden. No ship in every type is not allowed to pass from the Strait of Hormuz till next notice.
So if this is real, that's an announcement from Iran that no ships can pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and we know that some ships went anyway, which obviously is not very smart.
Progress this time, and then they attacked us. So we have, it is us who have, negative, bitter experiences from talking to the United States. We have never wanted nuclear weapon.
What is your message to the American people about how far Iran will go?
Well, we have no limit to defend ourselves.
Does that include attacking Americans?
Well, we attacking the American military built-up in our region. We are not attacking Americans in their land. Americans are attacking our people in our cities. But this is not what we are going to do. We are attacking the Americans' bases, military bases in the region, and military installations and facilities. And this is only as an act of self-defense. We are not the one who started this aggression. It was the United States and Israel who started this aggression. So there is no limit for us to defend ourselves. But once the aggression is stopped, we would also stop our self-defense. This is quite.
So did you hear that? So he's saying that obviously they're defending themselves and everything they're doing is to protect themselves from the attack. And they said if the U.S. stops, then they'll stop. So they're basically saying, I don't know if that sounds like an existential type of mindset. It doesn't seem like they're super worried. I don't know if he's in a bunker or what, but maybe they have something up their sleeve we don't know about.
Millions of people are supporting these so-called regime. There is no communication right now, but if Americans want to talk to us, they know how they can contact me. We are certainly interested for de-escalation. This is not our war. This is an imposed war against us. This is a war of choice by the United States, and they have to pay for that. And they do. But as far as we are concerned, we don't want war. We don't want escalation in our region. We are ready for de-escalation, but the aggression should be stopped first. The attacks should be stopped first, and then there is the possibility to talk, and we can consider that. I'm not promising anything.
That's also very interesting. He says that if the attacks stop, then talks can recommence, but they've already said no to everything. So everything the U.S. has wanted, and apparently that Israel has wanted, they've said no. So I don't know if talks are going to make a difference at this point. I think that's why Trump made the decision to move forward, because they were saying no matter what the situation was, no matter what the request was. Now, if the requests were, fair or not, that's a whole different question.
Yeah, you'll remember, of course, there was a huge explosion outside a five-star hotel in Dubai, while Qatar now suspending all public events, gatherings and entertainment at hotels and tourism establishments. Let's get the thoughts now of the former UK ambassador to Iran and Director General of the Middle East Association, Nicholas Hopton. Good to see you this evening. What do you make of this move by President Trump?
Well, it's a big gamble, and possibly the biggest gamble he's taken as president to date. We all remember President George Bush, who launched the Iraq war, and that is what he's remembered for, regardless of his other achievements in term of office. Now, Donald Trump seems to have decided the time was right for a military strike rather than to push forward with the diplomatic negotiations that were taking place in Geneva this week and scheduled to.
There's more explosions heard in Bahrain. So the allies are still getting hit. There's 154 rocket alerts, and the rockets are typically fired by the rebels and terrorists that are around Israel. So obviously that will help mess up their air defense so the other missiles can actually get through. Several senior Iranian intelligence and Revolutionary Guard commanders have been killed in the ongoing U.S. and Israeli strikes. It looks like Turkey is getting pretty aggressive. I'm not sure what their part's going to be in this. We know that Israel hacked that military app, or that prayer app, I should say. And there's some images coming out about that app. I don't read Arabic or anything, so I can't really say much about that. More missile launches detected. Unless, the U.S. and Israel stop. Which I don't think that's going to happen. And then we have some video of some... So that would be a miss, because you would typically hear an explosion when the interceptor actually works.
Ask, isn't it, of the Iranian people? Will they listen to that call, and indeed, will they want to act?
I think the Iranian people, whatever their position on the Islamic Republic, whether for or against or in the middle somewhere, as a large majority probably are, wanting something better, particularly for the younger generation, but not necessarily wanting a revolution. They remember the '79 revolution and how bloody that was. They don't want a repeat of that. But I think the Iranian population will be skeptical about the kind of support and help that the American president is offering based on his record. Because, of course, even as recently as early January, when protesters were out in the streets in Tehran and across the whole country in an unprecedented show of anger towards their government, their authorities, the Islamic regime, clearly calling for political change. They were massacred by what is a brutal regime, and I don't think any commentators, observers would differ in their assessment of how appalling the regime in Iran is, and that the Iranian people deserve something better. The question is really how to address that, how to help the Iranian people move forward. And I'm not sure that the Iranians who hear President Trump's call today will feel that that is a cast iron guarantee of sustained US support, given the past performance.
As a diplomat, you will have seen that joint statement today issued by Britain, France and Germany, agreeing Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon, but
in
also
that message, Trump
not
urged the Iranian regime to lay down its
this.
weapons or face certain death, calling it their only chance for generations. And President Trump urged the people of Iran to take over your government. That's a quote there from the president after the operation. The United States military attack against Iran is named Operation Epic Fury. Israel, which coordinated the daytime attack with the U.S., announced the Jewish state's mission as Operation Roaring Lion. And the joint military operation is expected to carry on for several days here at this point. All right, so if I am pausing here, it's because I'm just trying to read to see if we are going to be getting in more information, and we are. So let's just put back up this post here. We brought you this a very short time ago as the FBI is raising alert nationwide. So the FBI's counterterrorism and counterintelligence teams are on elevated alert nationwide. That's according to a Bureau official who spoke to Peter Doocy. Fox News' Peter Doocy, but the Bureau did not immediately elaborate on how long it will remain in effect.
Here we go. So they're saying it's official. Now they're saying there's going to obviously be some terrorist cells and things that are awakened here and in other countries. So now we may be under attack here locally. So just keep your head on a swivel. I'm not saying like don't live your life and that kind of stuff, but this is big. So if you're in like a major city especially, I would avoid like major public areas.
Cross the aisle from Democrats, but we've also been hearing from Republicans, both reacting here to this news. I wanted to share this as California Governor Gavin Newsom reacted to this move this morning here. We'll see if we can get that up on your screen. Gavin Newsom reacting to this as I put back up Tel Aviv Live here. But I just wanted to read quickly what he said as he reacted to this move. He said, quote, "The corrupt and repressive Iranian regime must never have nuclear weapons." But he then goes on to say, but that does not justify the president of the United States engaging in an illegal, dangerous war that will risk the lives of our American.
H. Tom says, "Oh, please, Matt, no Iranians will be attacking us. They never have. This is so dumb." By, I mean, whether it's Iran or someone else or our own people to do it as like a false flag, whatever it may be, you know, an attack is an attack. Doesn't matter who does it. I mean, it does matter, but you know, whoever does it does it. So I get what you're saying, but have a good day.
Addressed the Iranian people, he directly told them to seize control of their destiny. Now, we're also getting in several other reactions here. This is from Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, saying the American people are once again dragged into a war they did not want by a president who does not care about the long-term consequences of his actions. This war is unlawful, it is unnecessary, and it will be catastrophic. Just this week, Iran and the United States were negotiating key measures.
I'm going to grab some tea really quick. My throat's a little scratchy from being on for 5 hours earlier this morning. I'm going to grab some tea and some honey, so I'll be back in probably like 5 minutes.
Often happens in war. Now, what she's referencing there is in that video message posted earlier this morning, President Trump did mention that there may be casualties here. But to continue this, okay, we're actually getting Mayor Mondani coming in now, saying today's military strikes on Iran carried out by the United States and Israel mark a catastrophic escalation in an illegal war of aggression, bombing cities, killing civilians, opening a new theater of war. Americans do not want this. They do not want another war in pursuit of regime change. They want relief from the affordability crisis. They want peace. So you've been seeing Democratic reaction here. We do have several Republicans that have spoke out as well in support of President Trump's decision. We'll work to get those on the screen here for you. But Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez referencing there those talks that we had been seeing. And what a lot of our experts are saying here is that those talks and the lack of progress that we have seen with them was a key factor here in this decision for these strikes on Iran. Once again, more lawmaker reaction saying for decades, the Iranian regime has led a sustained campaign of violence against the United States and our allies. It has armed proxy forces that have killed and wounded Americans, targeted our embassies and military installations, and threatened our homeland. As Iran continued to advance its nuclear program while driving conflict across the region, a response became unavoidable. Operation Epic Fury makes clear that attacks on Americans and our allies will not go unanswered. I thank President Trump for taking decisive action to defend our national security. I stand with our armed forces as they confront a regime whose terrorism and nuclear ambitions endanger the United States and undermine global stability. We will bring more reaction to you here on Live Now from Fox after we step away for a commercial break. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Yeah, that's right. It is expected to be a very busy Saturday afternoon here at UN headquarters in New York, where at the Security Council, which is the chamber right behind me here, we'll be holding an emergency meeting of the Security Council at 4 p.m. New York time. That's about 3 hours from right now. This meeting was requested by China and Russia primarily, but Bahrain and Colombia, two elected members of the council, also signed on pushing for this meeting that is now confirmed for a few hours from now. Highly unusual for the Security Council to meet in open session on a weekend. It has only happened 10 times in the last 5 years and only twice on a Saturday. So these emergency meetings on weekends are saved only for the most urgent of matters, clearly this being one of them now, of course. We are being told as well that UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is expected to attend the meeting, and he will be making opening remarks in the open session of the Security Council that will get underway here shortly.
Okay, thanks so much, Gabe. No doubt we will be talking to you extensively in the coming hours as things begin to get underway there at the UN. Al Jazeera's Tohid Asadi has been speaking to the spokesperson for Iran.
Yes, this is correct. So when they were talking about Iran and the issues with that, both sides agreed, and we're both standing up and clapping. So it seems like it's, you know, a bipartisan thing. It's not just the conservatives in this case.
With international law, with the UN Charter, to defend ourselves with all might. So that's what our armed forces are conducting right now. They are defending national sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran against this barbaric act of aggression.
All right. We know that the country actually was involved in the trajectory of diplomatic interaction, but with what took place today, can we say that it's a sort of...
So really quick in the chat, in your area, if your groceries and gas prices are higher, just in general, put a 1. If they're about the same or lower, put a 2. I know here I've actually seen them drop. At one point they were $3+ a gallon. Now they're down to 2 something. I wonder if that's going to skyrocket now.
Technical aspects of any possible deal on nuclear issue. And the Americans themselves acknowledged that these negotiations went quite well. The mediator, Foreign Minister of Oman, qualified this round of negotiations as being of significant progress. But all of a sudden, as you see, the American and Israelis conducted this military aggression against Iran. I would say this is not only a betrayal of diplomacy, this is the betrayal of the trust of the countries of the region. This is the betrayal of the whole UN system, because the main pillar of the UN system, the UN Charter, is the provision of the use of force. And for a second time during the past 9 months, the United States, as a member of the UN Security Council, is launching an act of aggression against another member of the United Nations. So I think...
Yeah, this is really important statement, Jackie Kennedy. So we know that the Strait of Hormuz was closed, but the other part of it is people aren't realizing how that's going to affect the rest of the world with trade and everything else. So we're gonna be feeling that for sure.
System that has been created by the United Nations Charter.
With the escalations ramping up to an unprecedented level, to what extent do you think this confrontation can go for the days and maybe weeks down the road?
We don't know, because you see, as I said, this is something that is imposed on Iran. We never sought war. We were going to resolve this issue diplomatically. And this was the demand of the whole countries of the region and the international community. So this was started by the United States, and we believe that it is
going to deliver a statement at 6 o'clock. So in 5 minutes' time or so, clearly he will be delighted that Donald Trump is on board with all of this, that things have gone ahead as planned. Apparently, they've been in the planning for weeks. What else do you think he's going to say?
I think he will try and lay out the reasons for this war, or this second round, if you like, in America and Israel's war on Iran, and try and justify it. Now, he's most likely to do that to his domestic audience, who will need and will take less persuading than the international community. And I think what we are lacking so far from the Israelis and the Americans, and Donald Trump didn't really lay this out as well, is a sort of legally sound justification for this extraordinary step they've taken in the Middle East, because it's tipping the region into a war without going through the UN, without, in Donald Trump's case, even getting US congressional approval for this as well. So this is very different to what we saw in the early 2000s when George W. Bush went to war in Iraq, and he and...
It's also like Hakeem Jeffries and some of the other people in Congress and the House and everything. They're trying to fight. They were trying to prevent this. They were trying to prevent Trump from being able to do this without congressional permission. And I think that's why they went ahead and just pulled the trigger and did it now. No pun intended.
That is Benjamin Netanyahu. All we've heard from Donald Trump is kind of couching this in historic terms, laying out the reasons why the Iranian government has been such a thorn in the side to the Americans and the Israelis, laying out what the Iranians have done in terms of killing American servicemen and women over the years and justifying it in that sort of sense of grievance with the Iranians, but not doing what his predecessor George W. Bush did. So I don't think we'll hear that kind of legal pretext from the Israeli Prime Minister, but I think he will make an effort to explain why this has happened, both to his own people, but also to...
And real quick, you guys hit that like, subscribe, share this around. And if you want to support the channel in any kind of way, there are links down in the description. And this is a comment from Macron. It's saying that French President Macron on Iran, no one can think the issue of the Iranian nuclear program, ballistic activities, and regional destabilization will be resolved simply by strikes. So, see if he says anything in addition to that. That's very quiet. We must increase our efforts to resolve diplomacy. No one can believe that issue of Iranian nuclear power, ballistic activity, and destabilization will be resolved simply through strikes. That's all he says, literally all he says. So I'm curious what he says should be done. Like what specifically, assuming that people agree with this, what should be done? And I know that I don't know if he's pro. I know he's pro the Ukraine war because he's already been supporting Ukraine. So it looks like he's supporting the Ukraine war, but he's kind of talking against this Israel-Iran war. That's pretty interesting.
Has been launched. And I think obviously from the Israeli Prime Minister will also try and present the case that so far this campaign has been successful. It will be a blow to him, I think. He's not going to address this directly, I'm sure, though, that as far as we're hearing from Iranian diplomats, the kind of number one target, if you like, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has, as far as we know, not been killed so far in this campaign.
And of course, we do know, don't we, that when regimes collapse, they can lead to chaos. And looking further into the distance, that is something nobody wants, replication of something we've seen in the past.
Yeah.
All those refueling Stratotankers and Pegasus planes that were refueling the fighter jets, their transponders are off. So I'm not sure if they're done for the moment, if that initial volley. So it's been about 12 hours. 12 hours since this attack first started. So I wonder if the Stratotankers themselves are going to refuel.
They've seen something similar in Libya. They've seen chaos in Egypt as well. And that will be, I think, a fear for them. And I think they'll be trying to work out, even if they are critics and opponents of the Iranian government, what exactly the Americans and the Israelis have in mind for the day after. Now, what we've heard so far in terms of that from Donald Trump is he's saying that the security forces, he said the police, the IRGC guardsmen and others need to lay down their weapons, and if they do, there will be an amnesty and they can escape certain death. Now, that is completely unrealistic in the sense there are at least 200,000 members of the security forces. Who do they lay down their weapons to? What kind of surrender would that involve, and who would give them an amnesty? And also, the American president is urging the Iranian people to rise up against their government. Now, given that their government has gone out and shot thousands of them in the recent unrest, even when they weren't being attacked by America and Israel, it is unlikely that they're going to come out in great numbers when they're being bombarded by the Americans and the Israelis to rise up and topple the government. So I think others are looking at maybe there's another strategy here that the American president is not sharing with us. Now, one of those clearly would be removing the Ayatollah, creating a power vacuum, and then looking at the power.
And that's important, is removing the Ayatollah, and that's what they were trying to do. So European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says the attacks on the UAE are a blatant violation of sovereignty and a clear breach of international law, which I think is probably going to be the theme of this United Nations meeting that's coming up. And then Qatar has been targeted by 44 missiles and 8 drones so far. That's a pretty good amount just for that tiny little country. Former Defense Minister Gallant on News 12, the people in Iran will receive the best conditions for regime change. And then we have some footage here, more missiles. This is in Jordan. And this is supposedly the coordinates, the exact coordinates for it. And then there's some more. This is from Bahrain. So the allies are still getting hit. So even though it's Israel and the U.S. that are attacking, Iran is targeting everyone. And it looks like some of the stuff that's being hit is not just military bases, like they said, U.S. interests, because a hotel was hit. So, and we know on the Iranian side, supposedly there was like 40 children that were hit in a school. So this is definitely not just a military level thing. There's citizens that are dying in this too. Terrible.
There is a power struggle, which would almost certainly ensue following the death of the Ayatollah, if they're able to kill him and take him out. In that power struggle, one possible scenario, the most likely one, I guess, is not a change of regime, but a change within the regime. So you could see a commander in the IRGC taking the opportunity to try and establish power over those other branches of government. The IRGC is very powerful. It's also very commercially minded. It might be more amenable to the West and more malleable. But, you know, I have to say that whoever comes out of that power struggle on top is going to be the one with the power, and those with power are the hardliners, and therefore may not be that more congenial to the outside world than the Ayatollah. So I think, you know, these are some of the questions that we will have to have answered, or certainly will be asked, of both Netanyahu and Donald Trump. You've launched this massive war now in the Middle East that is going to give millions of people around the region a very difficult night, as we've seen these missiles falling, you know, from Jerusalem to the UAE and from Tehran down to Saudi Arabia. You know, what is your justification for this, and what do you envisage for the day after? You know, how is this going to lead to a better future for Iran and for the region, you know, given all the misgivings and all the reasons that, as you say, for historical reasons, but for other political reasons as well, there is going to be a lot of unease about what comes next.
Dominic, stay where you are, if you would. It has just gone 6 o'clock. You're watching the News Hour on Sky News. You're looking at a podium where we are expecting Israeli Prime Minister.
All right, so we are waiting for Netanyahu to take the podium and give an update.
Scenes from Baghdad. Here, protesters have taken to the streets in solidarity with Iran. Our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, is with us. Dominic, talk about the wider region and what has been going on today. Clearly, Gulf states have been commentating, many also under attack where US bases are situated. What are the wider ramifications?
Well, I think, you know, it's worth bearing in mind, Jonathan, that publicly, I think a lot of allies of America and sort of new allies of Israel, so those countries that under the Abraham Accords have normalized relations with Israel, so the Gulf states and others, they have been urging the Americans not to do anything rash and to think twice about tipping the region into war. And so they will be, I think, deeply uneasy and deeply concerned about this, because the Iranians appear to have sort of taken their gloves off in reaction, in response to what the Americans and Israelis are doing, because they see now a maximalist campaign by both the Israelis and the Americans. So the Iranians seem to be now aiming their missiles at sort of areas of population density in the Emirates, but also at oil industry targets across the region. And they look like they're kind of trying to cause the maximum amount of chaos and harm and concern, in the hope that those allies are now going to put as much pressure on Donald Trump to call this off as soon as possible. You know, you have to say that I think, you know, a lot of those governments would welcome the collapse of...
We have this post from Candace. She says Operation Big E Fury fully explained, and then she shows that Trump press conference. Lots of memes coming out. Lots and lots of memes.
Iran, who've caused them enormous trouble over the years. But they have in more recent years restored diplomatic relations with Tehran. Iran is not the ostracized rogue state as far as its neighbors are concerned that it has been in the past. And therefore, there will be less, I think, jubilation if this does bring about the end of the regime. And it will cause, I think, a lot of concern about this possibility of chaos. The last thing that Jordan or the Gulf states over the Persian Gulf from Iran, Turkey and other countries bordering Iran will want to see is a collapsing state descending into some kind of anarchy and civil war. And they will blame the Americans and the Israelis if it comes to that. We're a long way from that. We're just a day into this. But I think, you know, diplomatically, these countries are going to be putting as much pressure on the Americans as possible and saying to them, have you thought this through?
It's official. Iran has become the first country to strike Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Jordan, Bahrain, and Qatar in a single day.
More regional. And I think for the rest of us, the big concern, as we're looking at these pictures of Iraqis protesting, is that kind of chaos we're seeing sort of erupting across the region, how that might translate in terms of the impact on the global economy. I think one of the most worrying things we've heard today is the IRGC saying, in a very predictable way, that it will try to close the Strait of Hormuz. That is the kind of pinch point in the eastern end of the Persian Gulf. That would be fairly easy to block for a while at least if you can sink a tanker or mine it or send Iranian warships into that kind of jugular, if you like, of the global economy. Through that waterway, a fifth of the world's oil passes. A lot of it goes to China. But anything that disrupts that will affect the price of crude, and that could have global ramifications economically as well. So I think as we're looking at these pictures of people protesting on the streets in Iraq, there will be diplomatic protests across the region being leveled at Americans, some Israeli diplomats, but I think mainly at the American diplomats in the State Department, saying, have you thought this through? What happens next? Have you thought about what happens to the global economy? And they will be seeking assurances that this is going to be over quickly. And I think all the signs we have so far is that this is planned to be a fairly sustained and prolonged campaign because the Americans have built up so much military firepower. Now, we did hear from the Pentagon misgivings that were leaked by top commanders saying that they did worry about this armada or these.
So we're sitting here in a few minutes. They're supposed to be having Netanyahu speak, and they're going to go back to that when he's ready. But there's also something here that says 3 hours ago, Iran's supreme leader was supposed to speak as well. So remember, a lot of people weren't sure if Khamenei was gone or not. And basically the U.S. saying that he was gone, and then we had Iran saying they didn't know. Now we're saying that supposedly Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is supposed to speak, but it said he was supposed to speak within minutes. That was 3 hours ago. So we'll see what happens. This might just be like a ruse type of thing, but if he does speak and he's still alive, then that was a major miss this morning.
Least, and only cause yet more chaos and bloodshed.
I just remind viewers, we are waiting for a statement from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It's due at 6 o'clock, clearly running a few minutes late, but we will bring that to you as soon as it starts. Also hearing that the UAE is urging citizens and residents through text message to remain indoors and await official instructions. Dominic, it was interesting, wasn't it? As part of Donald Trump's speech, he did state the case for a potentially sustained conflict. We were talking a moment or two ago about how long this might last. And he even talked about the impact it could have on US forces.
Yeah, he did, and I think he was fairly honest about that. And I think he was certainly, as you say, preparing Americans for the possibility that American servicemen and women could be killed and injured, and there could be casualties as far as the Americans are concerned in this campaign. And I think the Iranians will be trying to do that. They'll be trying to bring down an American airplane. They'll be trying to kidnap an downed American pilot. And they know that it will be easier for them to do that in terms of the impact it will have on the campaign than it will be for Donald Trump to secure his objective.
All right, I'm seeing something strange. That's why I'm making weird faces over here. So this is supposedly, it says, Iran announcement live, Khamenei makes major statement from Tehran. And it's showing, obviously, this footage. It says AI-generated translation. I've never heard of WLA, but they almost have 1 million subscribers. But let's see if there's anything here.
Of Americas, whether Iran has nuclear facilities and a nuclear industry or not. They brought immense joy and happiness to the people. But these individuals are now completely disheartened and in despair. During the intense 12-day war, they were dealt such a crushing and unexpected blow that they simply could not believe what had just happened to them. They had absolutely no prior expectation or anticipation of such a severe outcome. They became disappointed. This was meant to give them morale. This was supposed to lift them out of their despair. These words, these are the kinds of words that the officials will be disheartened. These kinds of words that he uttered, all these military bases in various countries of this region, in the 12-day war in Iran, in addition to the massacres, we are dealing with the current situation as it exists right now. Perhaps in 20 or 30 years from now, the circumstances might be entirely different, but that is not our concern. In the current situation, negotiating with the US government, firstly, will not help our national interests.
So let's take a vote. Is this actually from today? So put a 1 if you think this is pre-recorded or from some other time, and put a 2 if you think it's current. Like this would have been within the last 3 hours. Yeah, someone says he looks fresh and rested, like nothing's going on. Very strange. And the AI translation sounds like some dude just reading. But yeah, a lot of people think this is like pre-recorded. Clever, very clever.
These works, just waste them, destroy them. That's what not having enrichment means. Well, it's clear that a proud nation like Iran will put the speaker of such words in their place, and we do not accept this idea. Negotiating with America in the current situation has significant harms for the country, and it might even be said that some of these harms are irreparable. It also has such disadvantages. Let's sit down. We are currently engaged in discussions at the negotiation table with the United States of America, and
So for anyone that's just coming in, we're listening to supposedly a Khamenei speech from today, and then we're also waiting for Netanyahu. So as soon as Netanyahu comes on, we're going to go to that, and then hopefully at some point today, Trump is going to make a statement too. But make sure you guys hit that like, show the channel some love. It's the only thing that makes YouTube happy, and I appreciate everyone being here watching.
they are lying. What they claim to be concessions, what they say they're granting us, is a complete lie. Today they say, if you have uranium enrichment, we will do such and such. Tomorrow they will say, if you possess missiles, we will do such and such. Then they say, if you don't have relations with that country, we'll do this and that. If you do have relations with that country, we'll do such and such. It's all threats. We are forced to retreat in the face of enemy threats. No honorable nation would ever accept negotiations that are accompanied by threats, and no wise politician would ever approve or validate such an approach. If they get the opportunity, they will assassinate individuals just as they assassinated our martyred general, the revered Qasem Soleimani. If they had the capability, they would carry out such actions, or they would bomb nuclear sites. The other side is in such a state we cannot negotiate with this side. It's not possible to sit down with full confidence and mutual trust, to have a proper discussion, to truly listen, and then to reach an agreement. In my opinion, negotiating with America on the nuclear issue, and perhaps even on other matters, is a complete dead end. There is no correct way to do this. For him, of course, it is quite beneficial. This negotiation is very useful for the current American president. He will be able to hold his head up high.
Good point. So a lot of this stuff is very generic, right? A lot of the stuff he's saying is like, you know, this happened in the 12-day war. You know, there's bad things they're doing. Here's the stuff they should be doing. But there's nothing like, I'm okay from the bomb that just tried to hit me or anything like that. So again, yeah, there's nothing current. So very, very likely this is pre-recorded.
They're nothing but a collection of utterly hollow and profoundly offensive statements filled with absolute nonsense and vile rhetoric. He tried to give hope to the despairing Zionists, give them some encouragement, boost their spirits. My comprehensive analysis of the entire journey. The President of the United States, to him. This is what transpired within occupied Palestine with all the actions he carried out and the declarations he uttered. In our own country, certain segments proudly declare that they successfully bombed and utterly destroyed Iran's nuclear program. Well, all right then, just keep believing that fantasy. But who are you anyway, to interfere and dictate shoulds and should nots if a country possesses a nuclear industry? What business is it of the world, and what concern is it of America's, whether Iran has nuclear facilities and a nuclear industry or not?
Okay, so for me, to answer that question, What concern is it to the rest of the world if they have nuclear facilities? But nuclear facilities for power stations and stuff like that, not a big deal. To develop nuclear technologies that are used for other good in society, not a big deal. But they've enriched to 60% was the last report that I heard. You only need like 20% for nuclear power. So clearly they're bridging the gap between the 20% that's needed for power and the 85 to 90% that's needed for weapons grade. So they're definitely moving that direction. So that is the concern. So they're saying, hey, this is just innocent. Everyone should be able to have this. We're a sovereign nation. We should be able to have our own nuclear stuff, right? But the problem is that they're pushing way past what they need for that. They're pushing towards weapons grade. At least that's what we've been told, right?
But that is not our concern. In the current situation, negotiating with the US government, firstly, will not help our national interests. It has no benefit for us. It will not avert any harm from us either. We have not surrendered, and we will not. We have not surrendered to pressure in this matter, and we will not surrender to pressure in any other matter.
So I've been seeing warnings all day for missiles and rockets in Israel, and I just saw there's a hostile aircraft warning. I don't know what that means. Is that drones? Is that fighter jets? But it's covering Tura, Shittim, Neva Harif, Niyat Smadar, Yahel. All these different areas have hostile aircraft warnings. So just a heads up if you're in those areas.
Yeah. Negotiating with America in the current...
Oh, looks like Netanyahu's out. Nope, not yet.
Dhabi as well, with even holidaymakers in Dubai feeling the effects of the conflict.
All right, we'll go back to Khamenei. When Netanyahu comes out, we'll put him on.
Situation has significant harms for the country, and it might even be said that some of these harms are irreparable. It also has such disadvantages. Let's sit down. We are currently engaged in discussions at the negotiation table with the United States of America, and the outcome of any discussions we have with them must be that whatever he has stated is to be implemented. This is no longer negotiation. This is a dictate. This is an imposition. The other side, of course, might now say, I'll give you certain concessions in return for this. They are lying. What they claim to be concessions, what they say they're granting us, is a complete lie. Today they say if you have uranium enrichment, we...
So yes, Rodolfo, thanks for the super. This war comes days before the blood moon, which is a symbolism of prophetic judgment. Do you see this as the beginning of something bigger? Thanks for all you do. And yes, that is very true. So that blood moon, let's see what day that is on. The blood moon is supposed to be officially on March 3rd on Tuesday. And typically blood moons are associated with like war, or like he's saying like biblical changes, prophecy. So could be interesting. And it could be that this war goes until Tuesday and then something major happens. We'll have to pray about that, obviously, if you're a praying person. But I know like Stefan Burns, he's been talking about this for a while, this blood moon coming up and how it's very, very important. But good point there.
We will America on the nuclear issue, and
they're
perhaps
playing
even
Trump
on
again.
other matters,
Boo.
is a complete dead end. There is no correct way to do this. For him,
And not boo for Trump. Boo for playing that thing over and over again. They've played the Trump speech probably 20 times. Terrible. There's lots of content out there.
brought them to the negotiation table and made them sit down. He will boast about these achievements to the entire world, but for us, it is pure, unadulterated harm, and it offers absolutely no benefit to our nation. The President of the United States, during his recent visit to the illegally occupied territories of Palestine, chose to utter nothing but a collection of utterly hollow and profoundly offensive statements filled with absolute nonsense and vile rhetoric. He tried to give hope to the despairing Zionists, give them some...
I'm looking right now to see if there's any other sources of this supposed speech by Khamenei. Like a lot of you said, you think that this looks like it's pre-recorded and he's not referencing anything currently happening. So that's a big indicator that this is probably either fake or pre-recorded. So if I can find something else that's a speech from him, then I'll grab that too.
In our own country, certain segments proudly declare that they successfully bombed and utterly destroyed Iran's nuclear program. Well, all right then, just keep believing that fantasy. But who are you anyway, to interfere and dictate shoulds and should nots if a country possesses a nuclear industry? What business is it of the world, and what concern is it of America's, whether Iran has nuclear facilities and a nuclear industry or not?
An Iran with tens of thousands of ballistic missiles. An Iran that will work to destroy us and be immune to our countermeasures.
But Iran's response went much wider than just Israel. In Bahrain, where a poor...
So I thought that was Netanyahu going live. It's not yet. They're just showing old footage.
These kinds of words that he uttered, all these military bases in various countries of this region, in the 12-day war in Iran, in addition to the massacres, we are dealing with the current situation as it exists right now. Perhaps in 20 or 30 years from now, the circumstances might be entirely different, but that is not our concern. In the current situation, negotiating with the US government, firstly, will not help our national interests. It has no benefit for us. It will not avert any harm from us either. We have not surrendered, and we will not. We have not surrendered to pressure in this matter, and we will not surrender to pressure in any other matter. This is a great...
I'm pretty convinced that that's probably not.
I'm going to put this up on your screen as well here. This is what we know about the strikes, the very latest. My thanks to our producers as they've been working behind the scenes to make sure we have some of this information to continue to bring to you. But this is what we know. President Trump and the U.S. and with the U.S. and Israel launched a major combat operation in Iran. Iran's supreme leader moved to a secure location, according to the IRGC. I do want to let you know, if you are watching us as well as continuing to keep updated with different reports online, just know that once there's confirmation of any movement there as far as the supreme leader of Iran, we'll continue to keep you updated with the latest information once it is verified. We will not be reporting on any rumors as they come down online as well. We do know that U.S. officials throughout the morning have said that those airstrikes are going to be lasting days, not hours. And so this is really an opportunity for us to sit in for the long haul and watch how all of this unfolds right here in front of us. I also want to put this up on your screen. This is what we know about President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The two of them did speak on the phone. This is as Iran is launching these now retaliatory strikes on U.S. targets there in the region. We'll continue to keep you updated. Once again, we are watching this shot coming into our newsroom as we anticipate to hear from some of those members there in Israel as they're going to give an update. Again, it might not be in English, but if it is, we'll be able to bring you these comments as well. Let's take you out to this live vantage point that we have there in the region. This is a live look that we have in Tel Aviv. And so we'll continue.
So based on that, we are still waiting on Netanyahu officially. So he has not spoken yet. So here's the thing. That's one of Israel's specialties, is getting people inside bunkers. Even during the 12-day war, I heard something they said like 80 bombs were dropped within 30 seconds. So basically what they do is say he's I don't know what distance they typically are, but hundreds of feet. Some bunkers are much, much deeper. Some are inside mountains and stuff like that. But they just keep hitting the same spot over and over again, like they're kind of like digging, right? And some of these are bunker busters. The U.S. has the biggest ones. But they'll drop them, they'll penetrate a certain amount, and then explode. So they have the capability of hitting those type of people down in the bunkers But if they're inside these mountains, which is what Iran has, lots of mountain ranges, then that could make it almost impossible. And that's where a ground operation would have to happen.
And mobilize all assisting security assets needed. Our JTTFS through the country are also working 24/7, as always, to address and disrupt any potential threats to the homeland. While the military handles force protection overseas, the FBI remains at the forefront of deterring attacks here at home. And we'll continue to have our team work around the clock to protect Americans. We ask everyone to please report anything that may seem suspicious to law enforcement at 1-800-CALL-FBI. And thank you to all military service members, federal partners, and law enforcement who continue to put mission first. That is the latest there from FBI Director Kash Patel. We also have this in from Secretary Kristi Noem. I'm reading out for you as well here, saying, I am in direct coordination with our federal intelligence law enforcement partners as we continue to closely monitor and thwart any potential threats to the homeland. Of course, that's always going to be a question that's asked during these moments, as the threats of retaliation are not only there in the Middle East, but also possibly here on our homeland, here in the United States. So we're going to continue to keep you updated with these posts that come from members of President Trump's cabinet, as they were briefed on the situation before it happened and are also watching it unfold in real time alongside with us, reacting to any national security threat.
What I heard earlier is that Trump, Hegseth, and some others are at Mar-a-Lago. But now they're saying something about the White House.
President Trump. We do know that when he made a statement, this is from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. She put this out earlier today on her X account, speaking about where the president was as he watched this operation ultimately unfold. But right now, we do know, as we're taking a live look there in Washington, D.C., President Trump is not scheduled to make any public comments at this time. If he does decide to make a press conference or have any of those comments right now here at Live Now, we're going to have you covered 24/7 to make sure we're not missing any of the action as it pertains to this new situation that we've entered within the last few hours.
So we had heard earlier that, Bibi Netanyahu, that's funny. Bibi Netanyahu should be doing a speech here shortly, and they're waiting on that. Many channels are. And it sounds like Trump is not going to, which is news to me, because earlier I heard that he was going to make a statement today. And I'm sure he might at some point, but I don't know if he would make a statement every day during this whole thing. Obviously, if this goes out months or, hopefully not years, he's not going to be making a daily update. So, but the fact that now there's threats to us in the U.S., obviously we're not more important than other people around the world, but threats to the homeland is a real thing. And now that we're attacking, now it's getting much worse here. And they're still waiting for Bibi there.
Actually, will be giving us an update on the ground there in Israel. We are going to take this time, though, to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, this is the portion of the conversation where we asked you to submit some of those viewer questions. What questions do you have about these strikes that have been ongoing in Iran by the U.S.? Putting it back up on your screen for a second here. On the other side of our 2-minute commercial break, we're going to have one of those experts who speaks about Middle Eastern policy and what we're seeing there in the region join us here on Live Now. And we'd like to take some time to pose this to you in case we have time to address any viewer questions that are coming in. All you have to do, scan this QR code that's in the top right-hand corner of your screen. It'll take you to our website, livenowfox.com/connect. And you'll go to the Ask Now tab once you're there to submit your question. Let's slide away for that quick 2-minute commercial break. Stay with us here.
Sounds like they'll be back here in about 2 minutes. But in the meantime, Marjorie Taylor Greene is not going to miss an opportunity to make Trump and them look bad. So let's see what she says. We said no more foreign wars, no more regime change. We said it on rally after rally, speech after speech. Trump, Vance, basically the entire admin campaigned on it and promised we'd put America first and make America great again. My generation has been let down, abused, and used by our government. Our entire adult lives and our children's generation is literally being abandoned. Thousands and thousands of Americans from my generation have been killed and injured in never-ending pointless foreign wars, and we said no more. But we are freeing the Iranian people. Please. There are 93 million people in Iran. Let them liberate themselves. But Iran is on the verge of having nuclear weapons. Yeah, sure. So to me, this is very casual. There's not a lot of factual information here to support what she's saying. But a lot of people think she's going to do a presidential run. A lot of people are saying that she's going to be doing some kind of run here. So we shall see. I'm going to see if there's anything that she actually says here that is not just a bunch of opinion. We've been spoon-fed lies for decades. She talks about the elites. See, now you have to be really careful, guys, guys and girls. So when you see stuff like this, you have to be extremely careful, because she's saying we thought that meant the common American man and woman and their children, not the elites. She's acting like she's not one of the elites. And that's why you have to be really, really careful. Because you'll have people, especially, like even creators and stuff, that are multimillionaires, that have huge platforms. In her case, she's a millionaire, right? And she's doing very well for herself. And she's in those circles, the elite circles. So I'm not saying she's doing what they're doing necessarily, but she's definitely there. So her saying not the elites, she's acting as though she's not one of them. So always look for that. When they start trying to distance themselves from the group that they're in, then you know that maybe it's not 100% legit. But let's see where we're at with.
The United States has since launched strikes in Iran in a joint mission alongside Israel. What you're seeing there on your screen, again, is the live look that we have there in the region. We've been continuing to keep our eyes on this shot, as we've also seen from time to time the Iron Dome in action, watching some of these retaliatory strikes that have been coming from Iran in the hours since the initial U.S. and Israeli strikes. I do want to put this up on your screen. This is from the State Department, saying due to ongoing military operations, U.S. citizens in Iran are advised to shelter in place until further notice. And so a lot to unpack here in the hours since these strikes have initially started. And to talk a lot more about what we're seeing here, we're going to be relying on our experts throughout the next few hours. And the next one to join us here is Mark Hansian. He's with the CSIS Defense and Security Department. Mark, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me on the program.
Well, of course, this is one of those times where folks may have woken up this morning, looked down at their phones or turned on their TVs to see that the U.S. and Israel had launched these joint strikes there in the Middle East. I have to ask you, I'm sure that was the case as well. We had actually prepared to talk beforehand, and folks don't know that, but behind the scenes before we knew that the strike was going to happen and preparation. But now that the moment is here, what was your initial reaction to seeing all of this unfold?
Well, my first reaction is that this was not a surprise. Many people, myself included, had been expecting these strikes. The negotiations did not seem to be going very well. The two sides were just too far apart, and the United States had built this very large military force in the area and was going to need to either use it or disassemble it. I was a little surprised about the timing. I thought it might wait. The U.S. might wait a couple more days to see how the negotiations went. The reports had been that relatively optimistic about the negotiations, but apparently they were not as encouraging as maybe some of those reports had made out. It was interesting that the U.S. and the Israelis launched this strike together. On the one hand, that's not surprising, since the U.S. and Israel had worked together on Midnight Hammer and the 12-day war back in June. On the other hand, the United States in the past has been very wary about getting too close militarily to the Israelis because of sensitivities among the Arab countries. And that's also an interesting point. That is that Iran, instead of splitting the Arabs away from the United States and Israel, has in fact driven them together by its attacks on these Arab countries. And you get this very odd situation where the Gulf states and Saudi Arabia are informally allied with Israel, something that years ago would have been unthinkable. And the final thing, listening to what's happened recently, is that they're talking about not hours but days, but they're not talking weeks either. So this might be a couple of days. If that's true, then it's not the kind of multi-week extended air campaign that we saw, for example, in Desert Storm or in the invasion of Iraq.
And for folks who do remember those periods of time there in the 90s when that went underway, or even in the early 2000s, that's always been a conversation of would we see an intense or more pulled out version of this. I have to ask you, though, you touched on a number of different topics, but Operation Midnight Hammer has been one that happened last summer. We watched it unfold as the U.S. initially set off some of those initial attacks against Iran and some of the nuclear facilities. What makes this time around a bit different and what you're seeing unfolding in these next few hours?
Well, the big difference is that the president has made regime change his goal. We
have more incoming hostile aircraft and missiles into Israel.
Program, and those could be accomplished arguably with air power, but the expanded goal of regime change, that's going to take more than just air power. Now,
Lots of alerts going off, and let me know if the sirens are too loud, if it gets picked up on the mic too much. But someone asked a really good question. They said, hold on, let's see. Nope, okay, they're not going yet. So someone was asking a question, basically like, what's the deal with, Israel and Iran? Why does Israel have an issue with Iran? Is the big question. So the biggest thing is ideology clash. Iran sees Israel as illegitimate, and Israel views Iran's anti-Zionism as an existential threat. So they both see each other as an existential threat that wants to wipe the other one out, technically. Nuclear threat. So Israel fears that Iran's program will create nuclear weapons, and because they're anti-Zionism, Iran, and a lot of the Islamic nations, they fear they'll use those nuclear weapons to wipe out Israel. And Israel's not that big. And then proxy wars, obviously constant attacks from these terror groups, we'll call them. And then power. So the Abrahamic Accords basically say that Israel has heir to all that land, or a lot of it. And then, there's been lots of back and forth sabotage attacks, assassinations, hacking, which we saw today. So that's why.
Fired on Iran.
All right, as we're watching all of this, I did want to let you know, Mark, that we're continuing to work behind the scenes. As my producers just let me know, I want you to react to something that just came into our newsroom. This is new video that we have from the U.S. Central Command. They just released it online. Watching some of how this unfolded earlier today, I'm going to play it out with the sound as well. I want to get your response on the back end. Let's let folks watch. All right, that's going to do it for that new video that just came down from CENTCOM. I do want to put up the tweet as well here so folks can see how this was released onto their X account. It says this: as the president stated, our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. The president ordered bold action. CENTCOM forces are delivering an overwhelming and unrelenting blow. We just watched all of that video play out. We heard the sounds as they released it, showing those missiles being sent off into the air towards the Iranian regime there. What's your initial reaction? Is this how you expected this to unfold? And what more do these images and videos now tell us about this operation?
Well, this is pretty much what I expected and many other people expected. A lot depends on what happens after the video ends. For example, we see the F-18s taking off from one of the aircraft carriers, either Ford or Lincoln. They were brought in to protect our allies and partners, so I would not be surprised if they were flying above our allies to shoot down Iranian missiles. It's conceivable that they were being used to strike into Iran.
Previously, was it the same style of attack where we saw the ships are being a major portion of that there in the Middle East participating in those launches?
This is quite different from Midnight Hammer because the centerpiece of Midnight Hammer was B-2s dropping those very special munitions, the deep penetrating bombs on the Iranian underground nuclear facilities. There's no reports of bombers being involved in operations so far. There were some missile strikes during midnight.
To folks here on Live Now, as it was unfolding, breaking here on as they were just putting it down. I do have to ask you, Mark, as we kind of transition to not only what we're seeing with the attacks, but more so the aftermath. We do know that the Iranian people, there are folks on both sides who have been vocal about what they would like to see for their home nation, whether they're still able to live there now or whether they have fled and become refugees in other countries. In general, how do you think folks are feeling about this potential regime change that President Trump has now said is the goal of these strikes?
Well, there's no question that the Iranian regime is deeply unpopular. We saw the uprisings in January, which were put down with great brutality. And those demonstrations, uprisings have been a regular feature of Iranian life. Every 3 or 4 years, there are major demonstrations that threaten the government. So I think there would be many Iranians who would welcome some regime change. The question is, how does it come about and what does it look like? You know, does it entail a lot of violence? Well, you know, the people I think would be very reluctant for that. But also, is what comes out the other end? Is it a new form of the current regime?
Just a side note, with all this stuff going on, you know, the blood moon is coming on Tuesday. And then we also have a lot of information coming out about cosmic energy bursts from the sun and from space. And then we have some eruptions and earthquake swarms that are striking Japan. So if you think all this stuff is connected in whatever way that you believe it is, put a 1 in chat. If you think this is all just coincidences, put a 2.
Ready to move in and govern.
And so we're also getting these new images in, as well as we're continuing to have this very fluid conversation here. This is all breaking. I want to show this on your screen as well. Our producers are going to flip through them. I'm going to take this down just so we can see some of the images in full as needed. But more of those bomber or fighter jets taking off. Mark, you've done a fantastic job sort of walking us through what those jets are, how important they are to this, and critical to this potential of this portion of the operation and what is to come as well. We'll see if we can flip back through them one last time so that way folks at home can see everything as well. And so, Mark, lastly here, I do want to ask you this before I let you go. When it comes to these conversations about what's next, we've seen the regime change. You were just speaking about the regime change. We've seen it happen in the 70s. We saw what came of that. We saw the reaction that happened to it. What does that look like in today's age? Is there a difference between a regime change 50 years ago and how the world may have responded to that, and now how a world may respond to a new regime rising to power in the 2020s?
I think it's important to recognize that back in 1979, when the current regime came to power, no one in the West expected that. It came out of nowhere, you know, from the Western point of view, although they had been, you know, the mullahs have been propagandizing the people for a long time. So we have to be a little careful about what we think might come out the other end because, you know, we don't have a lot of presence on the ground. We don't have a really good sense about the strength of many of the opposition groups. It's possible that we could have a different set of theocratic leaders who would be more amenable to the desires of the West, might be willing to give up their nuclear program in exchange for relief from sanctions and rebuild the economy, which they desperately need. It might be that there is some Democratic group that's able to come in. I think that that's going to be a tough order, you know, given the strength of the local security forces.
All right. And so right before we let you go, I know we were kind of teasing it here for folks at home. We wanted to get their input as well as they want to ask questions to folks like you. We don't always have the answers here on Live Now. We're able to report the things we know as fact, but you're able to add context and color to what we're seeing here. So they're going to work behind the scenes now to give up some of those questions. And so, Mark, as we're continuing, I want to put this up as well. This has also been teased coming to us potentially from those Israeli forces. What do you think that they would have to say? We do know that they've spoken before, not in English, those comments, but if they do decide to have this press conference in English, what's the importance of putting that message out to the world about what has occurred in the last few hours?
Well, I think commentators will be looking to see if there's any difference between what President Trump has said and what the Israelis say. The Israelis, of course, are much more under the gun than the United States. They watch Iran very closely and have been extremely successful in blunting Iran's capabilities. But whether they are willing to go at length to overthrow the regime, and whether their willingness to do that exceeds that of the United States. Maybe the Israelis talk about weeks, whereas the United States has been talking about days. So we'll be very interested to see what their goals are, and also to see if they have any difference in methods. So far, it's been missiles and air power.
All right, and then this is what we've been waiting for, some of those questions and from our viewers. We do want to thank CJ for sending in this one, asking us from San Diego, if the regime collapses, what's the day after plan for a stable, non-authoritarian Iran? Thanks so much, CJ, for sending this in. Mark, what's your response to this?
I'm not sure that there is a plan at this point. We haven't seen a group designated to come in. It's very much, I think, up in the air. As I said earlier, it's possible this might just be another group of theocratic leaders who are more amenable to Western policies. It could be that a coalition develops. It could be that if we get really serious population uprisings like we saw in January, that the people of Iran will choose themselves, will install some leadership. We hope that would happen, but in January, of course, they were crushed with many thousands of casualties, and there's no question the regime would try to do that again.
And so once again, we do want to thank CJ for sending in that question, and Mark for joining us here with CSIS for breaking down the very latest. Mark, you've been so helpful with all of your insight and your study. I know this has been a lot of information coming to you over the years that helps to kind of help to break down a situation like this. Any final thoughts before I let you go?
Well, we're watching to see two things. One is, do U.S. aircraft go over Iranian airspace and participate in airstrikes, not just long-range missiles? That would indicate a much more intense campaign, because the United States has a limited number of missiles, also raises the possibility of U.S. casualties. The president said he was willing to accept those. And then how long this goes on. Is it?
That's a really good point. So the U.S. is there, and obviously we have a very powerful Navy and Air Force and all that, but we could only have so much there. So when are we going to run out? And how long are our resources going to last for? We started this, obviously, but what if they have to pull out and they're going to have to keep restocking everything, even on the air carriers, so the aircraft carriers. So it's an interesting situation. I think Iran cannot last. So unless they can decapitate them during this initial strike for the first couple of days or weeks, long term, it's going to be rough.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu now speaking. I do want to let you know that these comments, we've checked them out. They're not in English at this time. I want to show that for you. And so if we're able to get a translation piece, or if someone else steps up to the microphone, we'll make sure to bring that to you here on Live Now if those comments are made.
I'll see if I can find a version that's translated.
Right here with us.
Sometimes, a lot of times, I'll try and ding you for those little, those little interludes. I'm looking to see if I can find a translated version of his speech. Everything I'm seeing is from like 5 or 6 hours ago. So I think we're just going to have to wait until after the speech is done and look for a translation after that. But I'm sure it'll be something like, we're freeing Iran, we're empowering the people, we've had successful strikes with the U.S. against the terrorist regime, Iran, something similar to that. I do not see any new flights. Excuse me. I don't see any new flights or anything. I don't see any new Stratotankers or Pegasus planes in that region, in that area right now. So they might just have transponders off. But earlier they were refueling constantly, and they were going for about 8 or 9 hours straight, I believe. So I'm going to see if there's any new updates while this commercial break is going. And if you guys can, hit that like and put in chat where you're listening from. Is anyone actually in the Middle East? Are you in Israel? Are you in Iran? They said the internet was down in Iran earlier. It was hacked, but let me know where you're watching from. So we're spokesperson Esmail Baghi, both Khamenei and Pezeskian, I'm not sure how you say that, both Khamenei and Pezeskian are safe and sound. The system is working. It is not one-man rule. So according to them, they're still saying he's alive. And we have Israel 12 and other sources saying that he's gone. Let me see if this is translated.
We can find a translated version.
Nope, they're still looking for a translation. Yeah, I mean, just lots of stuff getting hit in Iran, as you can imagine. Tehran has weapon stores and things being hit. Their navy's being hit. And lots of clashes. 30 bombs hit one site. So, I mean, and they killed the Khamenei secretary. So this is, I mean, it's a huge campaign. It's going to cost, obviously, billions of dollars to the taxpayer and lives. And obviously, right now, lives in Iran. There was an Asian national that was killed, I believe, in Abu Dhabi from this morning's attacks. I haven't heard any reports of any U.S. casualties yet, but I'm sure that's going to be coming.
All right, as you see there, that feed did cut out and went to yet another one that is showing us some of the reaction that we're seeing on the ground in different places around the country. And so what we're going to do now is go ahead and listen in to Keir Starmer. Earlier today, he also made a statement about some of the attacks that we've seen. In case you missed it, I want to play it out for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Earlier this morning, the United States and Israel struck targets in Iran. Iran has since launched indiscriminate strikes across the region. I know the British people and communities across our country will be deeply concerned about what this means for security and stability and for the fate of innocent people across the region, which for so many of us includes friends and family members. So whilst the situation is evolving very quickly, I want to set out our response. The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes, but we have long been clear the regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. They have murdered thousands of their own people, brutally crushed dissent, and sought to destabilize the region. Even in the United Kingdom, the Iranian regime...
All right, so this is supposedly part of what he was saying translated. Netanyahu says there's many signs, so it's not official, they can't confirm it, obviously they're not on the ground there, that Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei is no longer alive. So that is what is coming out of that speech right now. So if that's true, that's huge.
Over the last year alone, they have backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil. So it is clear They must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies, including the US. I condemn Iran's attacks today on partners across the region, many of which are not parties to this conflict. We extend our support and solidarity to them as part of our commitments to the security of our allies in the Middle East. We have a range of defensive capabilities in the region, which we've recently strengthened. Our forces are active, and British planes are in the sky today as part of coordinated regional defensive operations to protect our people, our interests, and our allies, as Britain has done before, in line with international law. We've stepped up protections for British bases and personnel to their highest level. We are also reaching out to UK nationals in the region and doing everything we can to support them. I've been speaking with leaders today from the E3 and across the region. It is vital that we prevent further escalation and return to a diplomatic process. We want to see peace and security and the protection of civilian life.
There's more sources now, including the Israeli security source, I-24 News. So there's multiple stations and multiple sources now saying that Khamenei did not survive the attack. Again, unless they have, DNA evidence or something, at some point you have to take their word for it. But Iran will be able to, obviously, if he's still alive, he'll have some kind of speaking piece or something this weekend or coming up shortly. But it looks like as of right now, he might be gone. There's no word on the president, though, the president of Iran.
All right, thanks so much. We did want to hear that statement that we had from United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer. We are still working behind the scenes here to get our next guest up on the screen with you as well. But we've been watching all of this unfold. Within the last hour, we just saw a new video that was released from the U.S. Central Command showing what that attack looked like that the U.S. was able to put out. I'm going to put that video up on the screen for you and also pump up the audio so you're able to hear what it all sounded like.
Awesome, and everything happening to them is minimized.
In the last 20 or 25 minutes or so, we were able to get it up for you on the screen within just a few minutes of it coming down, thanks to our producers here at Live Now from Fox. And so what came along with that was a tweet that we were able to get from the U.S. Central Command saying this: as the president stated, our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. The president ordered bold action. CENTCOM forces are delivering an overwhelming and unrelenting blow. And so to talk a lot more about what we're seeing here, I do want to now bring into the conversation with the FDD. I want to bring in Ben Cohen. Ben, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Great to be with you, Christina.
It's a big day. This was an alert that was heard really all around the world as the initial information came out that the U.S. and Israel had now launched a joint strike into Iran. This is something that many people anticipated could happen. We just showed the video footage of what that looked like from the U.S. side. I want to first start with your initial response.
Well, I agree. I think that this was an inevitability. I think in some ways that this clash that we're seeing now has been incubated for the last 47 years, for the entire time that the Islamic Republic that currently rules Iran has been in power. And I think if you look at that sweep of history, you will see numerous efforts, particularly over the last 25 years, to cajole and persuade and even compel Iran to make concessions on key issues: its nuclear program, its ballistic missile capabilities, its support for terrorist proxy organizations around the region, the machinery, its internal machinery.
So I think it's definitely a possibility, and that is why Kash Patel and these other people have been talking about the homeland and making sure it's secure and keeping your head on a swivel and that kind of stuff. So I would definitely, obviously live your life. But I would say if you're planning on any big public events, and especially in large cities, you might want to maybe not do that anytime soon.
5 years. And I think this administration is sending them a decidedly different message.
And so we'll continue to watch as all of this unfolds. I do want to let you know, Ben, just as we were talking, new video footage just came into our newsroom as well. This is going to continue to happen for everyone who's watching with us here on Live Now. We kind of have a sense of feeds that come out. This is a live vantage point of some of the reaction that's now happening in Times Square to this recent attack. I have to ask you, we do know that there's going to be reaction.
All right, when you guys shared that there was a hit. So this is a direct hit on an oil facility in Saudi Arabia. Hope your cars are filled up. So like I said, this is going to be causing destabilization everywhere, not just in this region. And gas prices may be going up here shortly. I mean, that's a huge, huge fire.
الجوي حتى عندنا الآن نحن نصور. أيوة. الجوي.
That is a monstrous fire, and obviously it's going to keep going because it has oil to burn. And this is what happened before, and this is what they were kind of fearing was, the oil fields and the different rigs and stuff like that being hit during all this.
It comes down to it. This is something, like you said, this happened as the Iranians and the United States were having conversations, those conversations about their nuclear program. Things weren't budging. Did you see this coming to a diplomatic end at any point? You said that maybe the Iranians were still looking forward to some of those talks that were going to be happening overseas.
I think it was only possible, Christina, to have a diplomatic outcome if the US was willing to pull back on its demands, because the Iranians certainly weren't willing to make concessions. So I think we could have potentially had a deal, but not a good deal, because it would have allowed the Iranians to continue enriching uranium. It would have allowed them to preserve this offensive posture that they've taken towards Israel and towards the rest of the region. It would have allowed them also to rework, reassemble, reconstruct many of the nuclear facilities that were damaged in the US and Israeli strikes last June. I mean, just this week at Parchin, which is a military installation where nuclear weapons research has been carried out, there was strong evidence of those facilities being rebuilt. And of course, Iran was never really willing to surrender what it regards ludicrously as its right to enrich uranium. So a diplomatic solution was possible, but it would have been a bad solution. And we probably had we gone for it, we'd probably find ourselves in the situation that we're in now, a year or two from now.
And so we'll continue to watch as that reaction is coming. And we appreciate your insight into how those conversations have been ongoing for quite some time. I also want to show this for folks just so they know how other responses and other agencies are starting to respond. This is from travel.gov saying following the launch of U.S. combat operations in Iran, Americans worldwide, especially in the Middle East, should follow the guidance in the latest security alerts issued by the nearest U.S. assembly or consulate. They may experience travel disruptions due to periodic airspace closures. The Department of State advises Americans worldwide to exercise increased caution. I have to ask you here, Ben, what's the reasoning behind this statement being put out by travel.gov? They're saying this isn't just for those areas in the Middle East. Is this for any threat of retaliation that could happen in numerous spots around the world?
I think, firstly, there's an abundance of caution, and that's the right thing to do whenever we're at war. But yes, absolutely, Christina, Iran does pose a threat beyond the boundaries of the Middle East.
All right, so we're going to look at a couple different news sources throughout this just to keep it, more balanced. We know that they tend to lean certain ways.
About this, and the Department of War or Department of Defense also did notify the members of the Armed Services Committee in both the House as well as the U.S. Senate. So it appears the only kind of consultation that's going on right now is with and amongst U.S. officials, bringing them up to speed on what the United States has dubbed Operation Epic Fury.
Kimberly Halkett there at the White House. Let's now move to the occupied West Bank, and joining us from there is Noor Odeh. Noor, we just had Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu who called on Iranian citizens to flood the streets and finish the job.
Yeah, an overly ambitious statement from the Israeli Prime Minister less than 24 hours after beginning strikes against Iran. A regime change toppling the government in Tehran is no doubt Israel's central goal from this assault jointly with the United States. The possibility of a popular uprising overthrowing the government, even according to Israeli intelligence estimates, is very far-fetched, and that's.
I just want to make a point really quick. Why is there still a delay? They're like, going to you on scene, and the person sits there for 10 minutes, and then they're like, oh yeah, then they start responding, and then when they're done, they're like, and back to you, and then 5 minutes later, in the newsroom, be like, oh yeah, thanks for reporting. That's been going on since I was a kid, and I'm not young, so they should fix that. You think with today's modern technology and stuff, it should be better than that.
Can be the hegemon. It can topple this central enemy, this arch enemy of Israel, as it is perceived and presented, as Iran is perceived and presented, and that it has the backing of the United States. And this is a very important point for Benjamin Netanyahu domestically. Elections are a few months away, and Netanyahu needs to frame this war, to frame this alliance in a way that will gain him votes. And for now, it seems that he thinks he is doing just that.
Noor, what about the Iranians' retaliation there? What do we know about the damage that is inflicted, if any, on Israel?
Well, Iranian retaliation was.
See what I mean? Makes me laugh every time.
Well, throughout the day, there was really no respite. One siren after another, one warning after another. The Home Front Command kept telling Israelis to go to the shelter or stay next to the shelter. We haven't had sirens go off in Israeli cities for about 40 minutes or so, but that's also because an Israeli offensive is underway in Tehran. But Israelis are expecting days of this, days of economic paralysis, days of sheltering in bunkers and safe room. This will have an economic cost. It will have a psychological impact as well. Already authorities report a 210% increase on the number of calls to the psychological support hotline in Israel. This is not easy. It is a war not like other wars that Israel has launched in the past few years against non-state actors, against armed militias in the region. This is a lot more serious, and Israelis understand that, having been through 12 days of confrontation with Iran, having filed more than 40,000 claims for compensation, amounting to the billions of Israeli shekels. So everybody understands the gravity of this, but still there is, for now, widespread public support in Israel for confrontation with Iran.
Noor Odeh there joining us from Ramallah on the occupied West Bank. Al Jazeera started this out. He's been speaking to the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson Ismail Baghai. He says the U.S. has once again rejected diplomacy.
This is the second time during less than a year that diplomacy was betrayed by Americans. We were negotiating. We were supposed to meet.
So in chat, this is interesting point they're bringing up. So I have heard many stories that the U.S. was trying to be diplomatic with Iran, and Iran was turning down their demands or their requests, saying that they wouldn't agree to any of it, mostly because the U.S. was trying to say that you can't have any uranium, you can't do any uranium enrichment at all. and you can't have nuclear weapons. And I think they also don't want them to have nuclear energy, but don't quote me on that piece. So put a 1 in chat if you think that Iran turned down the U.S. and messed up talks, and put a 2 if you think the U.S. pulled out on purpose so they could do this.
This is the betrayal of the trust of the countries of the region. This is the betrayal of the whole UN system, because the main pillar of the UN system, the UN Charter, is the provision of the use of force. And for a second time during the past 9 months, the United States, as a member of the UN Security Council, is launching an act of aggression against another member of the United Nations. So I think what is at stake is not only the security and peace of the region and that of the Iran, but also the whole fabric of international law and the normative system that has been created by the United Nations Charter.
Right, well, let's bring in our guest. Joining us from Tehran is Abbas Aslani. He is a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. Matthew Duss is the executive vice president of the Center for International Policy. He joins us from Washington. And Jeffrey Nice is a human rights lawyer and has previously worked at the International Tribunal.
So the latest, as shared with you guys, Israel had not conquered the skies yet in Iran. And now they're saying that Israeli officials assess that basic priority that Iran is likely to be secured by tomorrow. So sometime tomorrow on Sunday, depending on where you're at, they say that they're going to have air superiority. And when that happens, you're going to see this stuff significantly increase. The airstrikes are going to become more intense and more targeted. So that's one thing that's definitely coming out now. And then it says, after missile strikes on Iran and retaliatory actions in the region, the U.S. Secret Service stepped up protection for President Trump, Vice President Vance, and other senior cabinet members, citing heightened security concerns. So I don't know if they're just announcing that now, but that's something you think they would have done before they started the war. But there's an official post here. Secret Service. It's from today. I don't see, a signature on it, but stuff like this is coming out. Now there's a chance, all this stuff could all be AI generated. I don't know. So I'm just going based on what people are showing. But the enforcer is usually pretty good about their sources and vetting them. But obviously the protection is going to go up. And then also, it sounds like they're Mar-a-Lago, based on this morning, which I find very interesting. Is Mar-a-Lago more secure than the...
There is no evidence of any kind that the the asserted justifications for what are called preemptive strikes exists. There is no evidence that it is lawful. Of course, we may have to wait to see what evidence there is, but it seems there was no suggestion that Iran was about to attack the United States of America, or indeed any other country. There was every evidence that the negotiations which might have led to a peaceable solution were incapable of perfection.
Part of, a psychological operation in order to know about his conditions.
Well, Abbas, again to you here as well. What would be a realistic off-ramp for Iran here? And who has the ability or the leverage to be able to do it?
Well, this war started based on an assumption that the Western side had. They assumed that Iran was very weak and it wouldn't respond in the manner that it is doing. But in any conflict, specifically in the Middle East, the opening salvo is not the most important variable. And it is not about starting a war, but ending it. And the day after is very important. So that's why Iranian side says that maybe the initiation of this aggression was with the United States and Israel, but ending it will not be just upon to them only. But Iran will try to somehow inflict damages to the other side and will try to use this as an opportunity in order to somehow change the course of developments which has existed in the past, let's say, couple of years between the two sides. So this is going to be a difficult battle for the both sides, including Iran. but Iran has no choice but to somehow fight for the battle which is supposed to be for its survival and existential one. So that's why it is using new cards comparing to back, June 2025 war. And this is going to be somehow different from the previous war that happened between Iran and Israel and the United States.
Right. And let's get it now. We're going to go over to Turkey and get over to Ankara now because we're joined by Musa Kulachlekaya.
So I'm not sure how many of you have actually seen this site before. Excuse me. This is the Pentagon Intelligence Watch, Pentagon Pizza Index. And, obviously it's kind of like a parody site, but they have good information on here. And a lot of people go here to watch for these pizza places around the Pentagon to see if they have any spikes. And it's not always, exactly one-to-one causation, but a lot of times if you see multiple of these, especially at higher percentages, like 167, sometimes there'll be a 2,000% spike. But it happened too, just boom, it happened. So there's really no warning, I guess, technically, if you're going by stuff like this. But it's kind of a fun site. And, when stuff starts to pick up, especially before this happened, when they had emergency action messages and stuff going out for nuclear codes for the U.S., these were very spiked. And that's what I was watching. And that's how I basically was predicting that it would happen this weekend, if anyone's curious about that.
Sees Israel as essentially the United States military enforcer in the region. So even though Israel's concerns about the missiles are what drove the urgency and the decision, I think, to move at this moment, it is part of a larger policy that the United States, or at least hawkish elements in the United States, have had for a long time.
This one to you, Jeffrey. Now, for countries which are hosting U.S. assets, or military assets, I should say, are they participants, bystanders, and legitimate targets regardless for Iran?
Well, as the countries that might become complicit by allowing their assets to be used, either their fighting assets or their territorial assets, we've got to be extremely careful. Because, curiously enough, what America is doing is pretty close to, subject to the exception I gave earlier, a war of aggression, something that is at the moment capable of being investigated and charged at the International Criminal Court. Artificial as a consideration for America. But if we, as countries holding assets that are used in America's endeavor, we may be held out as complicit in whatever is going wrong that may be criminal. What is disturbing to me is that, for example, right-wing parties in this country are now saying, oh, we should get more involved, not recognizing or choosing not to deal with the fact that the acts themselves may very well be and seem to be unlawful. Why would right-wing parties in this country be saying any such thing?
They keep making it a right and left thing. We know the truth, I think. Let's see. Drifter, thanks for the super. Why are we doing this? We have 38.5 trillion in debt. At 4%, that's 1.5 trillion in interest per year. In 2025, we spent 850 billion for defense. Told us going up. Financial weakness leads to other weaknesses, in my opinion. USA first, question mark. Great comment. And I think the U.S. has been in a bad position financially for a long time. And then it seems like we sabotage and overrule through force to keep our position. And we know, in the last couple of years, the U.S. dollar has been going down in value. And we know the BRICS nation was trying to get rid of it. So, or at least, bring it down significantly. So maybe that's part of why some of this stuff is happening. Venezuela, Iran, obviously China and Russia. China hasn't kicked off yet, but I'm sure that'll be coming.
For Turkey, and we are joined by Musa Kulachlekaya. And thank you so much for joining us. He is in Ankara. President Erdogan has just, in the last few minutes, been talking about the U.S. risking turning the entire region into a ring of fire. What's your position?
Thank you very much for this opportunity, first of all. As Turkey, we are really deeply concerned about the joint attacks by Israel and America launched against Iran, and also Iran's response, which also involved some regional countries. In fact, unlike the 12-day war, this time the war is triggering of a series of attacks spreading across the entire region.
No, unfortunately, there's no way to block the polls. I apologize for that. I think a majority of people do like them, but there's no way that I've seen when I'm on other channels and stuff during their live streams. I cannot avoid or block them. Hey, Martha, how's it going?
Back to our guest there in Ankara. So what can Ankara do in order to perhaps facilitate some kind of, I suppose, ceasefire or at least some mediation?
In fact, as we did before, we showed our effort first to convince all the parties related to this cause to sit and negotiate through diplomatic channel to reach any peaceful solution. Luckily, both parties are accepted our proposal and they restarted their negotiation in Oman. And following, following opportunities, they continued their negotiation and they.
You guys know I'm usually pretty serious, but yeah, someone says, look at the painting behind him. It's kind of interesting. And then someone else says, look at his knee. I think it's his hand. Because when this all first started, his phone just fell down and he had to pick it back up. So I think he's holding his phone.
2025. This is really upset for everyone. And our call to all parties to reach any kind of ceasefire immediately to prevent spreading war in the region and affect economically and also security-wise, and also to prevent any migration wave to different countries. As Turkey, we are ready to mediate with all parties.
One thing also is there's a big risk of this broadening out from being, well, what is already a regional conflict into an even broader one. Is there any chance that Turkey could be actually dragged into this?
In fact, all our effort focused on this issue on the ministerial level and also presidential level. During the day, we try to reach all relevant parties, including possible affected countries, to negotiate and to consult what we can do using diplomatic channels to solve this problem. And very recently, our minister spoke with Gulf countries, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and also our president with some European counterpart, his counterpart.
All right, we're going to switch over to CBS.
Awareness would also
100% at large gathering places, but also at houses of worship. Jewish, Muslim, and Christian houses of worship, especially high-profile ones, big names around the country, specifically in New York City and in Washington, D.C., consulates, of course, in New York City, the embassies in D.C. You might see police with long guns at these locations. And why are they there? They want to serve as a deterrent, number one, and it's also to let the public know that these local police departments, in tandem with their federal partners, are protecting these sensitive sites.
Anna Schechter, thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Protests against President Trump's military action in Iran are happening in New York City's Times Square. The Stop War with Iran protest, that's what it's called, sprang up this afternoon. More protests, we are advised, are planned in cities across the country later today. They are likely to continue, we are told, throughout the weekend. We will have more coverage of this story after we take a quick break. We'll hear from General Frank McKenzie for his analysis of these strikes and what may be coming next. Please stay with us. You are streaming.
So you just saw all those people were standing there with all these really fancy signs, and some were huge. So they must have, I mean, I would imagine it would take them at least a couple of days, if not like a week or more, to get that printed up and designed and ready to use. Yeah, it says everyone needs to be protesting. It looks like the chat's about 50-50. 50% pro and 50% anti what's happening. And they're just muting it because of the commercials. Oh, I'm probably at less than 4 hours of sleep. Because I spent another hour afterwards looking to see if there was any other updates. And then I woke up probably an hour before I got on. So probably 2 hours of sleep. Something like that. Yeah, if anyone in chat, if you have family or friends or anyone serving, especially if they're sending you information, feel free to send that to me and let us know what they're saying. My email is engcwarrior@gmail.com. And then on X, it's TriggerSmart HQ. But you can send me there. You can tag me on X. If you're on X, feel free to tag me and I can show some of the posts and things that you find. There's so much information going around that it's kind of hard to keep up with everything. They have a lot of commercials. Was that Tom Hanks? I find it very interesting how CBS, they're showing like every celebrity since the beginning of time. Interesting. Interesting marketing ploy. I think the only thing that could reconcile this conflict between Iran and Israel is Israel to get more land and have a buffer area, like a buffer zone, that never gets crossed by the, I guess, the terrorist groups associated with Iran. So as long as Israel and Iran, now remember, both of them, they both feel like the other one is an existential threat to them. So the only way that this would ever stop is if that was taken away somehow. And I don't think that's going to happen, to be honest. And it's more of a religious thing. It's more of like an ideological religious thing as to why they're existential threats to each other. And that's something that, it's in the Bible, tale as old as time. It's supposedly in the end days and all that. So, yeah. Good question, though. Wow, CBS has long commercial breaks.
Joins me now, former commander of United States Central Command. General, it's great to have you with us. We've talked before. You might have heard me mention the CENTCOM release that just came moments ago. No casualties, no injuries, no significant or even nominal damage to U.S. military facilities in the region. Evaluate what that means based on the war planning that you have some familiarity with, prepared before this was launched.
Well, Major, it's a good start. A lot of hard days ahead, but you're about where you wanted to be. I think we're in the opening stages of what could promise to be a fairly lengthy campaign of at least several days. And we'll see how it plays out here over the next 48 to 72 hours. And what I think is going to happen, Major, is this. Probably the Iranian missile attacks that we have seen to date were pre-coordinated, pre-authorized by the Supreme Leader in the case of an attack. That's why you see relatively small numbers. Over the next 2 or 3 days, they will attempt to get those numbers up and launch more missiles. The essential calculus will be our ability to prevent that from happening by striking where the missiles are stored, how they are moved, where they are moved to, and how they are launched, as well as command and control nodes. We'll work very hard to suppress that, as well as applying our ballistic missile defense.
There's still information coming out about U.S. allies and our proxies in the region getting hit by drones and missiles still. This is Bahrain. You can hear that drone. So definitely not a sound you want to hear. And if you talk to any soldiers that have been in war recently, especially in Ukraine and Russia, that sound of those drones overhead, I mean, PTSD, nightmare stuff.
offensive campaign against Iran and against its leaders in particular.
Help the audience understand, General, how we have pre-positioned assets to do those two things you just outlined.
Well, over the past few weeks, Central Command at the direction of the president, as far as I can tell, and what I read is really what I see from the media, we have brought ballistic missile defense systems into the theater. We brought warships into the theater. At the same time, we've undertaken some measures to reduce the visibility and presence of our forces at places that they can strike. As people have made the point, you can't move an airfield, you can't move a hangar, but you can move the people that work on the airplanes, and you can move the airplanes. And we're very good at doing that, and we practice that a lot since.
All right, we're going to do some quick updates here. This coming from Clash Report. Senior Israeli officials claim that Khamenei has been eliminated. His body was recovered from the ruins of his palace. So that's coming supposedly from senior Israel officials, and Clash Report does a pretty good job of vetting things and finding information. So there's no confirmation from Iran, but they're saying that his body is recovered. So, yeah, I mean, lots of things are pointing to he might be gone. And then we have the task force Scorpion Strike, for the first time in history, is using one-way drones. So the U.S. is using drones officially, and the low-cost modeled after Shahed drones, which is what's being used in multiple places, but especially in Russia, Ukraine. This is a building that's on fire in Bahrain. So it sounds like Bahrain's getting a lot of it. And I know that we have, you know, we have the base there, the 5th Fleet.
شوف الكلب يهرب الكلب يهرب أمريكي أمريكي أمريكي.
But clearly, this is not the 5th Fleet. This is not a base. So, permanently, but it seems like a lot of the hits in Bahrain and these other countries are drones. So, very, very interesting. I'm trying to see if there's any other visual updates. We saw the Shahed hit already. Iranian National Security Council says we will make the Zionist criminals and the shameless Americans regret their actions. That's kind of their common speak. The brave soldiers and the great nation of Iran will deliver an unforgettable lesson to the hellish international oppressors. Now, this is interesting because remember, they were just talking about recently that Iran is just like, it's just like a taste. Because if you remember at one point, I want to say it was it 200 ballistic missiles and 50 drones, if I remember right, from the 12-day war that was launched towards Israel. And many of them got through because that overwhelms your air defenses. Now, they only sent like 36 the first volley. They've done multiple layers and waves. On my phone, I'm monitoring the SOFAR app. And I get all the alerts and stuff when they're going through. So they're still getting, you know, they're having missiles and drones and stuff come into Israel. But I think this is going to ramp up significantly. Like that person said, it seems as though maybe the Khamenei, before they say he's dead, right, supposedly, but before he died, he probably pre-authorized these things. Whether the people carried out or not, I don't know. But they can do significantly more than they're doing now. And it seems like they're kind of doing this as like we told you, this is like a FAFO type situation, right? Like we told you, if you mess with us, we're gonna hit you. But they can do significantly more than they're doing. So I think this is going to ramp up. And unfortunately, I think things are just getting started.
Now Admiral Cooper is doing the same thing. So we're taking a broad variety of measures to protect our forces in the theater, protect our citizens in the theater, work with our friends and allies in the region while we prosecute these strikes on Iran.
Central Command also said something else that caught our eye, General. I'd like you to offer an appraisal. It said, for the first time, low-cost attack drones were deployed as part of this mission. What does that mean?
Well, we've always been on the wrong side of the cost imposition curve when it comes to sophisticated weapons. Ours are typically very good, very effective, and very expensive. What you'd like to do is get some that are very effective that aren't very expensive. And thanks to a lot of work, really, by this Department of War and by CENTCOM, we're beginning to deploy some of these systems. An American combat system does not, in and of itself, need to be recklessly expensive in order to be effective. And that has always been sort of the Achilles heels of our systems, in that we produce wonderful systems, the best systems in the world, but they are.
Now, that's an amazing point, actually, that a lot of people haven't talked about, really, is the financial portion of this. But think about it. So I know with the Shahed drones and like in Ukraine, there would be a drone incoming. That drone maybe costs a few $1,000s, and they would hit it with $1 million missile, right? So the cost effectiveness was upside down. But now they're saying with these new drones, I don't know if they're new, but they're modeled after Shaheds. With these drones, they're much more cost effective, but that's also not doing interceptions. So I'm assuming they're still using those $1 million missiles to do interceptions of anything that's incoming. So that's still upside down financially.
To strike our bases, the cities of our friends in the region, those civilian targets that have been discussed earlier in the broadcast, we want to reduce their ability to do that. And in order to do that, you've got to go after those targets. You have to look at where those missiles are stored, how they are transported, how they are fired. We've worked years and years on plans to do this, and we're probably in execution of those plans right now. At the same time, we'll keep the pressure up against Iranian leadership. Now, the one thing that particularly concerns me, and I know it, I'm sure it concerns commanders at CENTCOM and at the national level, is the Iranians have the opportunity to mine the Strait of Hormuz. I think we'll watch that very carefully. I would assume we've taken some measures to make it hard for them to do that already. We'll look at that very hard. Of course, that would have a globally disruptive effect if it occurred. That's the closest thing, I would argue, to an atomic bomb that the Iranians have to throw into the system right now. But we can see them as they prepare to do it. We can take measures to make it hard for them to do it. And if they do choose to do it, we can ultimately sweep those mines. It won't be a process of a day or two. It'll take a little bit longer than that, but we can do it if necessary. So I think we're going to look for all those things over the next few days. I understood very clearly that, the president's call for the Iranian people to rise up. And I have, it's a truism that it's hard for a popular revolt to arise in Iran. And I've said that myself several times. But, our track record actually at predicting the stability of totalitarian regimes in the region when under extreme stress is very limited. Nobody saw Assad's fall in Syria coming. That took us all by complete surprise. In fact, when I look at something like what's happening in Iran, you could almost use the Ernest Hemingway quote about going bankrupt. How'd you go bankrupt? Well, gradually and then suddenly. And I think we may put the regime under pressure that it's not used to. And hopefully, and I presume we are, doing things that aren't visible on TV cameras, aren't visible to the news, that make it possible for the people of Iran to actually press back against the tyranny that is the Iranian government.
Well, let's press on that for just a moment, General, because I've talked to people in the Marine Corps and in the infantry, and they take great pride operationally in what they believe is a truism, that you need a bullet and a bayonet and boots to achieve things like regime change, that aerial power alone does not affect that. Evaluate whether that, in this case, from your perspective, is or isn't a truism.
I think you need a bullet, a boot, maybe a bayonet at a critical point. You don't need it all over Iran. You need it where government is seated. You need it where leaders are. That doesn't mean you have to invade in order to do that. That means you need a proxy force, or you need people, brave people in Iran who are willing to take those actions. They need to be supplied with that.
There is another confirmed report that the documentation of Khamenei's body has been presented to Netanyahu.
From inside Iran. And I know very clearly if the supreme leader's dead, his immediate successor might come from further to the right. That's possible. But let's see what happens if, in fact, that is the case.
The president cautioned the country, possibly warned is a better word, that casualties might very well come. Was he driving at special operators or Navy or air personnel?
I think he's just making a very wise observation about the nature of this fight. We've got aviators that are flying over Iran. We may very well have special ops guys and gals that are doing other things inside Iran. I don't know, don't claim to know, don't want to know. But all of them are at risk. And I think what he's doing is he's just fulfilling one of his responsibilities as the commander-in-chief to let the American people know that we have forces at risk today. But it's a good mission. As he said, it's a noble mission with rare opportunity here to change the fundamental nature of one of the most repressive governments in the world that really markets nothing but death and terror.
Terminology matters, as you well know, General. Is this a series of airstrikes or is this a full-fledged war?
Well, it looks like a campaign to me, and I'll leave it to others to discuss whether or not it's a war.
So I'm seeing this all over the place, according to lots of sources are saying that Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei has been killed and his body has been retrieved. So the evidence has been sent to Netanyahu, and I wonder if he's going to maybe announce it. Maybe he'll come on live again. But that seems to be the case. So unless we see something different from Iran, unless we see him come out and do another speech live or something addressing what's going on, then it looks like he's gone at this point.
For plans at Central Command for many years, of which I have some ownership and authorship, that envision a lengthy campaign or a short campaign with all kinds of ads and takes that we can adjust based on the guidance of the President of the United States. The key thing is what a combatant commander does is you develop plans that support the President's intent and the President's vision for what he wants to accomplish. And I believe Central Command is doing that right now. And I think over the next few days, we will unroll some things that perhaps are not apparent now.
Former General.
So we have a couple of things going on. So we have obviously attacking Iran initial, and they want to take out the leadership. That was really, I think, the main point of today, or at least this morning. So we've officially been at war for about 13 hours, almost 14 hours. And they basically hit the leadership, including Khamenei, apparently, and a lot of his upper level people. And then obviously it seems like they're hitting munitions plants and anything that can be used, like the Navy. They've hit the Navy as well. So they're trying to do a decapitation today. But that means that things might ramp up, and they're going to go after the rest of the IRGC, I'm assuming, in coming days. And that's assuming that nothing major happens, right? Like I pray that there is no aircraft carrier, for example, that is hit, because Iran has the capability for sure. They have hypersonic missiles, and they have lots of proxies and stuff. They could make it happen if they really wanted to. So, yeah, this is terrible. War is always a bad thing. Sometimes it's necessary, but it's always a bad thing.
Relying on us, the Western media, to tell them what's going on in their own country. They're staying home.
Elizabeth, did you have any sense at all, and it would be difficult to have a precise sense, but I'm even general sense that the reaction that you got was, hey, this might be good, or foreboding about what may come?
I think Iranians are really scared. It's all very well for President Trump to urge them to take back their government, but thousands of them have just died. Pushing back against their government to actually mount a full-fledged takeover would no doubt mean rivers of blood. Iran has strict gun control laws. People are not armed, so they haven't got weapons. But most crucially, they haven't got leaders. The Iranian regime, to preserve itself, has exiled, jailed, or killed every gifted leader who might have emerged to take the opposition somewhere toward better government. And so I think Iranians tell me they're much more afraid of this thing descending into civil war and chaos, where the various power centers inside the regime begin to fight one another, and the people are just caught in the crossfire.
There's a new report. Breaking news. The son-in-law and daughter-in-law of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei were killed in today's strikes, per a Tehran city council member. So a city council member has confirmed that the son-in-law and daughter-in-law have been killed, and they might have been in the same compound. Just the Khamenei compound was leveled. So there might be some truth behind Khamenei being gone.
Of the Gang of Eight reached all but one of them. This is the group of leadership members with the highest security clearances on Capitol Hill. That is a significant development. But what also is the question facing lawmakers, but also questions I think a lot of Americans have, is can the president do this without Congress specifically authorizing it? Now, I cover Congress.
This is the USS Dwight Eisenhower carrier, and you can see everyone there. But here's the numbers we're looking at. The U.S. has 17,200 military personnel in the Middle East right now. And this deployment includes 12,000 sailors on the USS Ford and Eisenhower strike groups, 4,000 sailors and Marines on the Bataan amphibious ready group, and an additional 1,200 troops deployed to the region. So we have a lot of people in harm's way. And I'm looking to see right now, I'm looking on Grok to see if I have any other numbers here. So currently, they've assembled the largest naval force in the region for decades. So we have 2 aircraft carriers, the Lincoln and the Ford. Each have 5 to 7. Well, it says 5 to 5,700 personnel per group. So 5 to 6,000 people basically. That's over 10,000. We have surface warships. There's 16 of them. That's 13 guided missile cruisers and destroyers, plus 3 combat ships. And there's the support ships you always have. And then all ships vacated the naval support activity of Bahrain on February 26 as a precautionary measure. So it looks like the U.S. ships got out of the port when Bahrain got hit, which is obviously smart. Total operating ships, there's around 20. So there's 20 ships there out of 49 U.S. Navy ships at sea globally. So almost pretty close to 50% of our Navy is there. That's crazy.
Essentially, this president, as has Presidents Obama, Biden in the past, relied on a nearly 25-year-old document authorizing the use of force. And Major, I want to show you what this document is. This was passed in the days after 9/11 in 2001. It's a one-page, 60-word document that gives broad authority to the executive. And this has been the rationale to be used for these kinds of strikes in the past, used by Presidents Biden and Obama and President Trump in the past as well. This has existed for nearly 25 years, and presidents rely on this. Now, there was another authorization passed in 2002 pertaining to the Iraq War. That was just
This is the breakdown right here. So we have 2 aircraft carriers, 13 cruisers and destroyers. We have 3 combat ships. There's over 100 fighter jets. That includes F-35s and F-22s. I think the U.S. last time that I heard had over 25 F-22s there. And then obviously the A-10 Warthogs. And then there's 50 different support aircraft. And then obviously you have your tugboats and things that help move around, your destroyers and everything else. And then there's over 10,000 personnel at 19 sites. And I think those 19 sites is why the other allies were getting hit, because it was support staff.
Now, what we need, what Congress wants to know and what they're responding to is very nuanced, Major. A lot of times this comes on partisan lines, and we've seen partisan statements and reaction. But I do think it's interesting to note some of the nuances within the parties here. Not all Democrats are critical of this move. Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, for example, came out praising it. Others have said that Congress needs to weigh in and be consulted. But even some members of leadership have been a little more tempered in their responses. It was notable to hear from Senator Chuck Schumer, the Senate Democratic minority leader, who said that the president has not made clear the scope and immediacy of this threat. He's risking a wider conflict, in his words, and he needs to brief a full Congress. But there are some Democrats who do believe that Iran is a bad actor, as they say, that they're a state sponsor of terror, and they haven't been as critical of this maneuver as you may expect. You also have Republicans, by and large, in unison with the president, but others like Thomas Massie, a noted anomaly within his party who has sponsored a war powers resolution, has been critical. And I want to talk about that war powers resolution, Major, because I don't think it falls neatly into partisan lines either. We know that Massie and Ro Khanna, a Democrat, are trying to force this vote on the House floor next week, but there are likely going to be Democrats who oppose it. You just spoke with Josh Gottheimer, a moderate Democrat. He has said as recently as a few days ago that he would oppose this kind of thing. So it's not exactly neat, but Congress has been bypassed for a while now, preceding this administration, and it doesn't appear to at least at this point, that they have the votes to change that.
Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you so much. CBS News contributor Joe Zacks joins me now as former Deputy Assistant Director of the CIA. Joe, your sense of what has played out thus far and what you are watching and think our audience should keep attentive to the next 48, 72 hours.
Well, thank you very much, Major. I appreciate your having me on the show. And I want to note that first and foremost, that my thoughts and prayers extend to the valiant U.S. forces who are participating in combat operations in the region. as well as U.S. forces who are stationed in the region. So I think for the next, first of all, I would also note that it's very important as we continue evaluating and monitoring the situation near real time, that we're careful that first reports may also not be the most accurate reports. So we'll see how this shapes up over time. However, I think in the next 48 to 72 hours, we will see sustained strikes against and intensified strikes against the regime targets, against nuclear sites, against ballistic missile launch sites in particular, as well as stockpiles. And
Pammy Cake says, Matt, I missed if you covered it. Has Iran threatened attack on American soil? They haven't threatened it directly that we've seen. I mean, they have in the past, obviously. But for this specifically, there's been nothing like, you attacked us, we're going to, hit you in America. But Kash Patel and others, Kristi Noem, they've had statements come out saying that they have, elevated security. They have more, more security for the president and J.D. Vance and that kind of stuff. So I think they're ready for it, or at least, trying to prepare for it.
Intelligence, but human intelligence will play a key role, and it's not just human intelligence that our powerful intelligence agencies are able to gather, but also human intelligence that is provided by allied intelligence services.
Like Israel.
Like Israel. Israel has an exceptional intelligence organization. I think that's been shown time and again. And given that this is a joint operation with Israelis, I'm sure that we are sharing as broadly on intelligence.
And as I mentioned with General McKenzie, terminology matters. Does this strike you, Joe, as a series of airstrikes or something that will last longer than that and might look more and more like a full-fledged war?
As General McKenzie stated, I too want to be quite careful in characterizing these military confrontations from a legalistic perspective. However, I do believe that this will be a sustained campaign. The president has pretty emphatically stated that. This will be sustained, and this will be intense and complex. Beyond that, in terms of characterizing it, I think I'd leave that to others.
And when our viewers see the map that we have been presenting off and on about the known ballistic missile range in the possession of the Iranians, it's about 1,200 miles. That's not to the United States, it's to southern parts of Europe. Looking at that graphic that you can see right there, evaluate that from a threat perspective. U.S., allies, regionally.
Yeah, I think it's very clear that the threat does not...
There's a lot of stuff going around right now talking about Iran. So obviously, Israel and the U.S. started this, at least today, and Iran is retaliating. And they said they're allowed to retaliate, and they're only going after military and U.S. assets. But there's a lot of stuff going around online now where people are talking about how this is clearly not targeting just military infrastructure, because there have been hotels hit, there have been civilian areas that have been hit that are nowhere near military bases. So people are starting to turn on Iran now, and they're saying that Iran was supposed to be this noble nation that would never, attack stuff. But we know in the 12-day war, there were several civilian, apartment buildings and stuff that were hit. And so it's very interesting.
Saying,
it's almost 50-50.
Israel
almost 50-50.
Is very much facing an intense ballistic missile and drone threat as well.
Joe, one of the things the president identified in his video message to the world was that it would be a U.S. objective to annihilate the Iranian Navy. We have heard references to the Strait of Hormuz since these attacks began. Walk my audience through what that means, what the disposition is, and the potential of the Iranian Navy.
Well, there have been many who have stated previously that the Iranian Navy is a very much a target that should be emphasized in any military operations. And the president did make clear that that was something that he was looking at very carefully. So the Iranians recently
So that Khamenei is dead officially. So as of right now, I guess
our
we'll take it.
Navy is very capable of following through on that.
See proof of life somewhere else.
Nevertheless, the Iranian Navy is an important force that they have, and being able to diminish it significantly, if not eradicate it, would leave them in a very difficult position with respect to extending any power projection in the region.
Joe, I've got a hard break in less than 1 minute. Anything else you want the audience to know that we haven't covered yet?
No, I think that it's important, though, to remember that the way the president characterized regime change, I think he made it pretty clear that he is setting a once-in-a-generation opportunity for the Iranian people to rise up against the regime. But it seemed to me that he was saying that it really is up to the Iranian people when the circumstances stabilize to take care of that. Thank you very much for having me on.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. You've been watching our extensive breaking news coverage of joint U.S. and Israeli airstrikes on Iran. U.S. Central Command released this video showing missiles exploding on various targets. Two U.S. officials tell CBS News Iran's defense minister and commander of the Revolutionary Guard Corps are believed to have been killed. After that, Iran launched retaliatory strikes toward Israel and U.S. air bases in the Middle East. American forces fired interceptor missiles in response and are expected to continue to do so. U.S. Central Command says so far, no U.S. casualties or combat-related injuries. We will have continuing coverage for you throughout the day and weekend right here on CBS News 24/7. And we will bring you any breaking news updates as they occur. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. Thank you for watching. Good day.
Trying to see if there's anything made. I mean, obviously, Khamenei, if he's dead, like everyone's reporting, that's huge. That's obviously a huge thing. But I'm looking to see if there's any new reports, just in general. Israel Defense Minister Katz. This was from 15 minutes ago. I'm guessing. Israel did not wait for the moment when the threat would be realized. We had an extremist and murder regime from possessing capabilities that endanger Israel and the entire world. And that's obviously what they've been saying for a while now. Anyone who threatens to destroy Israel will not receive immunity. Every element of the Iranian regime tried to intervene will pay a very heavy price. Now, obviously, very big words. We're doing the heavy lifting. But, yeah, they're threatening everyone. A lot of things are being canceled because of the war coverage. So, I know 3 stuff. Another one. Yeah, so... and daughter-in-law are both gone as well. That's been confirmed by Iran. And they were in the Khamenei compound. So we will make that. So now we have to hear about the president. Because we heard earlier that the president might have been attacked, or that he got... So were they separated? And like a lot of people will say, this doesn't matter. These 2 go down, 50 other guys rise. That's probably true. And you might get a younger guy who according to the U.S. and that kind of stuff in Israel, the next person might be significantly worse. So we will see. I'm looking to see if there's any actual worth watching coverage just coming out. I'm looking at, they're playing the old footage. They're playing daytime footage, and it's nighttime right now. And I assume nobody wants to watch Trump's speech again, right?
Speech. We have just been informed by Fox News confirming that Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, has now been killed in these strikes. And so as we're getting this breaking news, and we still have Brian on the line here, Brian, I'm going to have you jump in here once again as we're talking about this. This is the moment that we've been waiting to hear. We didn't have confirmation. It was suspected. It was put out there on the internet. I had told folks earlier today we won't be confirming anything until we have it from our trusted sources. But a huge moment to see that Khamenei has now been pronounced dead.
Yes, and I would guess that he is not the only one. He has a son who's very powerful. He may have been killed as well. We'll wait for confirmation on that, and much of the leadership. There was a bifurcation of efforts here, Christina. The Israelis were moving in for a decapitation strike, cleaning out the leadership of the country. The American targets were different. There are people in the leadership.
And so there you have it. That's from Bill Malugin. He's citing Trey Yanks, who is now reporting with Fox News on this newest information, that it's saying a senior Israeli official is the one who confirmed to our colleagues that Iran's supreme leader is now dead. And so we're watching all of this again unfold in real time alongside with you. And so it was the Iranian supreme leader who was killed in these strikes as a part of this massive joint military operation between the United States and Israel. Israel's ambassador told this also to officials in Washington, D.C. Other officials are now confirming to different media outlets all around the United States that this is true. The 86-year-old Khamenei led Iran for 35 years, making him one of the world's longest-serving authoritarian rulers. His death, though, is a massive blow to the regime and could accelerate, as we've been speaking with here with Brian, on its collapse, which the United States and Israeli forces have staged as a goal of this operation. The killing is going to continue to set off a succession crisis with no clear answer, as Brian was just discussing. I do want to note that under Iran's constitution, a council of clerks is meant to select a new leader, supreme leader. But Israel's strikes have also targeted senior Islamic Revolutionary Guards, that's the IRGC that we've been speaking about, their commanders and political leaders as well, leaving the regime's chain of command in disarray at this moment. And so that's the latest breaking news just coming into our newsroom. Fox News now reporting that Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, has now been killed in these strikes. And so for folks who are just now joining us, you're going to continue to give you these updates and some of the fallout that has been happening in the aftermath. This just in from the Associated Press talking about what's happening regionally there, that hundreds of people are now demonstrating in Baghdad in support of Iran against those attacks that were launched by Israel and the United States. And I want to show you what's happening here at home as well in reaction to all of this. A live look that we have there in Times Square as we've been following this protest that has shown up to show folks speaking out against.
Someone just asked me when this happened. This all started
It all in Times
CST
Square
time,
right
about
now.
around midnight.
That big sign saying "Stop the war in Iran." And so, Brian, as we're talking about this reaction, not only here in the United States, also overseas, speaking about what potentially is happening there in Iraq, what are you going to be anticipating over the next few hours, the response that we're going to get from some of those surrounding nations who are there in the Middle East watching the midst of this?
Great question. There's a couple of things to think about here. The Security Council will meet. The usual people, the usual suspects, Russia, China will condemn the attack, and some others. It'll be interesting to see what Middle Eastern states say. But since some of them have also been attacked, I suspect they are not happy with Iran. And so that'll be interesting to watch, but it's not going to stop this mission. This mission is on. It's on until it achieves a series of end goals that started with the attack last night, is continuing with the death of the Ayatollah, and I suspect a number of leadership group around them. The clerics will meet. They can pick anybody they want, but what we have watched in the Middle East is as soon as somebody new is is named, the Israelis in particular knock out the next guy. And so you almost don't want to be named head of anything in the Middle East if you're on the other side of the Israelis. So you're going to see that, and over the next couple of days, you're going to see this massive American military presence. And by the way, the largest attack ever done by the Israelis as well, by the way, using some 200 fighter jets. And so it is a massive attack. But to put it in perspective, Iran is 90, and at this hour, it looks like it's going along pretty well. And as soon as they can knock out those mobile missile launchers that the Iranians have in the western part of the country, basically game's over.
Brian, I have to ask you before I let you go. We're still looking at this live look there in Tel Aviv. We've been watching the Iron Dome at work as well, responding to some of those retaliatory strikes that have also been sent by Iran. Again, the president kind of framed this in a way, our president said, that this could possibly take several days. This wasn't meant to necessarily be a one and done situation. What should those folks who are on the ground there be on the lookout for? Is there now the anticipation that that could kick up in the overnight hours, as we've just learned this news?
We have so many assets in that region, Christina, and the Israelis do as well, that this will be a nonstop operation that will continue to take out targets until we begin the process of running out of some of those targets. And then we're going to go back in and do a BDA, a battle damage assessment, and what we don't think.
Thanks, Dad2128, for gifting memberships. Very much appreciated. So I'm just looking at the refuelers are back up. So we have Stratotankers and probably Pegasus. These are all Stratotankers here. Oh, we have a mix. So we have 2 Stratotankers and 2 Pegasus, which are refueling planes. And some other, a few military planes around the region, but obviously these are refueling the fighter jets. So these were gone, or at least the transponders were turned off for the last hour or so. So these are probably refueling for another volley over into Iran. So things might pick up again, but I think this is going to continue the same way, throughout the weekend. And we're going to see possibly more missiles coming from Iran.
Perhaps weeks. I think we have seen in the first 12 hours that much damage has been done already, and that's going to go on for more hours and more days. But I think it's going to be a relatively short operation, maybe on the order of the 12-day war in June.
All right, so much still to watch here.
Yes.
And we appreciate you, Brian, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, as always. Again, breaking news as it came in. We're just now getting...
So the historian just said that he thinks it's going to be similar to the 12-day war. He doesn't think this is going to be a long-term protracted war. That's interesting.
Will do. And Christina, a wonderful recapping of the 70 years of history. Well done.
Leading up to this point that we're seeing unfold in front of us. Thanks so much, Brian.
You're
and so
welcome.
What we wanted to do here is we're going to continue. We're not going to go to any commercial breaks as this is all breaking at this time. My producer, Julianne, is going to get us set up here behind the scenes with our next guest. And so this conversation, as I'm telling you now, is going to continue to happen with more leaders speaking out. I want to show you this. We are still having this shot that's being fed into our newsroom. This is what leaders in Israel have been using to speak out, not only to those within their country, but also others around the world watching as this is unfolding. We also have a few shots that are showing reaction here locally as well. This is going to be a live shot that we have there over Times Square. And as you're looking at protesters now gathering, you can read that sign at the bottom saying, "Stop the war in Iran." We did hear from some of those folks who were speaking out just a little while ago. And so right now they're continuing to march and make their way through the streets of New York City. New York has got a lot happening today, as well as we're going to be hearing from the UN Security Council calling their emergency meeting set to start at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. I also want to put this shot up on your screen. This is changing directions and heading there to the ground shot that we have in Times Square. I'm going to play this out for you and put up some of the audio so you can hear and listen in. I do want to warn you, as we are watching any of these protests, viewer discretion is advised, and that there could possibly be some inflammatory language or vulgar language that's seen on the screen. But let's listen in to these folks who are now marching through the streets of New York in response to this news.
When Iran is under attack, workers, stand up, fight back. When Iran is under attack, workers, stand up, fight back. When Iran is under attack, workers, stand up, fight back. When Iran is under attack, workers, stand up, fight back. When Iran is under attack, workers, stand up, fight back. When Iran is under attack, workers, stand up, fight back. When Iran is under attack, workers, stand up, fight back.
All right, as you're joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it was just announced in the last few minutes that Iranians, the leader there of the country, has now been killed. Khamenei is now dead. We are learning that from Fox News and also seeing some of this reaction that's coming in from protesters speaking out in New York at this hour. But we know that this is going to continue on in other places as well. We do want to show you this from Fox's Bill Maluzhin. Breaking the news there was Trey Yingst saying senior Israeli official confirms that Iran's supreme leader is now dead. And so to talk a lot more about what we're seeing here, I now want to bring in Dr. Mahi Sagafur. Doctor, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you for having me.
Well, this is a major update to what we've been watching unfold since the overnight hours as those initial strikes rained down around 1 a.m. Eastern time here. Now we're getting this update that ultimately the supreme leader was killed in those attacks. I first want to just get your response to that.
Well, if true, and if Ali Khamenei's death is a great win for the entire humanity as a predator in charge of massacre of tens of thousands of Iranians is finally gone. The sad irony is that unfortunately he won't be facing trial on an international tribunal for the crimes against humanity him and his regime and his predecessor Khomeini committed. The war that we saw take place over the past few hours is really both on the nuclear and on the missile aspects of Iran's nuclear weapons.
Someone is asking about the school. So there was news that came out earlier. You might hear my dog barking in the background. But there was some news earlier saying that there was 40 plus kids at a girls' school that may have been killed. So that seems to be true. But did they do it on purpose? We don't know. But we know that Iran has also targeted some civilian areas, including hotels as well.
Ayatollahs and making deals with it. And certainly it is time now to hold the regime accountable. And the people of Iran have been fighting this regime. And the ultimate answer it still remains that through a foreign military intervention, Iran will not get to a democratic republic that the people of Iran are fighting for. And the only way that's going to occur is when the people of Iran do it themselves, and the brave men and women and MBK resistance units who are fighting the regime tooth and nail on the ground in Iran will have to accomplish that despite the cost.
And that's been the message of President Trump when he released that video message overnight at about 2:30 a.m. Eastern time. He said he told the people of Iran, your time is now. And so as we're watching some of this response, and I also want to put this up on the screen, this is a live image that we have right now of yet another update that's coming to us from the IDF. This is not in English, so we're not going to be playing it for folks here on live now, but I did want to show for folks at home that this is still happening. And so I want to ask you, as we're still continuing this conversation about the Ayatollah, how many years he's been in power? 35 years. That's quite a long time to sort of create the country that we know as Iran in modern times. What do we anticipate to change as this regime change is likely underway now? Who is waiting in the wings? As we don't know who else was impacted by the strike, but who is possibly waiting in the wings to fill that spot?
Right. Well, the regime is a fully entrenched, militarized regime, and there are many people who likely are hit, and we don't really know who the regime's casualties are. But if in fact is the case when Khamenei is gone, it is going to be highly unlikely that the regime is able to replace it with somebody like him. After all, he's
when we're talking about the signs, we're not talking about just your typical like 3x5 sign. We're talking about the huge banner that was like, 50 or 60 feet long, held by like 10 people. So I think, I'm sure you can make signs fast, but something like that being printed at that scale is not something that's done quickly, typically.
By the way, just over the past few hours, expressed and actually made public its provisional government for a transition period and transitioning the power.
Thanks to Innovation for the memberships.
Its leader, Mariam Rajavi, has a 10-point plan, a Jeffersonian plan for a future of Iran, and that she has been leading the NCRI with for more than 2 decades. And it's important that the people of the world know that the people of Iran are going to have to make this change. This is not going to happen from outside. They have to fight this regime, as you said, President Trump has mentioned. For example, just a few days ago, last Friday, more than 150 MEK members attacked the base of Ali Khamenei, the compound where he resided.
This is actually a great question. So for everyone that's in chat, I don't know if you know much about, the Bible and that kind of stuff and prophecy and everything else, but we know about the Gog versus Magog war and things that are in the Bible that basically says Israel versus everyone. Do you think that this is the beginning of that? Or is this, could this be it itself? Put a 1 in chat if you think this is Gog versus Magog or move in that direction, and put a 2 if you think it's unrelated.
Make a judgment on people protesting for peace, but I wonder if these people are fighting for the people of Iran or those who are oppressing the people of Iran. I wonder if these people should have been also in the streets of Iran just a few weeks ago, as this very regime who's being targeted was massacring upwards of 30,000 people in the streets of Iran just in the latter part of December and early part of January this year. So I think it is well placed that the international community should not expect war from outside to bring change to Iran. But it is misplaced to think that appeasement of this regime would have yielded result. In fact, we are at the war we are currently is because we have spent decades.
Her name is Helga Shabalaba Ding Dong. Thanks for becoming a channel member.
And weaken this regime. They have an organized resistance politically in the form of the National Council of Resistance of Iran. They have foot on the ground with the MEK resistance units who carried out an attack against the head of the snake, Khamenei, who is apparently now dead, just a few days ago, unsuccessfully, but they attempted to kill him. And certainly they have those foot on the ground are still there all across Iran, fighting, waiting for the right time to overwhelm this regime. Meanwhile, what they're doing is protecting the public, the elderly, the youth, and waiting for the right time.
Let's continue to dive into what led up to this moment. Of course, we just talked with political analyst and presidential historian Brian Sobel. He talked about the last.
Coming in from OSINT Technical, Israel says it killed the head of Iran's IRGC, the Minister of Defense, Chairman of SP&D, Khamenei's National Security Advisor, the head of Khamenei's military bureau in a coordinated strike this morning. And apparently they're saying also Khamenei and his son and daughter-in-law. And obviously, you know, they're important, but more just going to rise in their place.
In the streets of Iran, underneath that current regime, as it stood at the time, and these ongoing conversations between the United States and some of Iran's leaders. We even know that Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the U.S. State Department, put out that he was going to be in Israel on Monday. I'm not sure if that was a ruse to sort of maybe relax some of the Iranians to let them not know that an attack was imminent at that moment. But the conversation around where those talks broke down between the countries always has to be addressed. And so I have to ask you, from your perspective, what truly was that breaking point that didn't allow this to come to a diplomatic solution, instead one that ended in strikes?
Great question.
So this is breaking news here. So we have heard that Israel is saying that Khamenei was gone. Now they're saying that a senior U.S. security official told Fox News that the Trump administration agrees that Israel's assessment that the Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei was killed. Trump was shown a picture of the body. So Trump agrees, and apparently Netanyahu agrees.
Iran's nuclear weapons program was divulged by the Iranian opposition group, the MEK, and the National Council of Resistance of Iran. This regime has never engaged the international community in good faith to end its nuclear program.
I know I keep interrupting this video, but so Iranian state media is saying that Khamenei is alive and commanding the field. So we have Netanyahu and Trump saying that Khamenei is gone and they've seen his body and they have proof. And we have Iranian state media saying that he's commanding the field and leading this war.
But we have to weaken the regime. We have to hold the regime accountable in international, whatever court of international arena there is, at the UN, for example, or whatever measures we have to hold the regime accountable. But I must add, the change will have to occur inside Iran by the people of Iran. It is the form of government that they want is not a return to single-party dictatorship of the past monarchy, not the current theocracy, but a form of governance where ballot box is a measure of legitimacy. And that is the plan enshrined in Maryam Rajavi's 10-point plan. That is what the people of Iran are fighting for, a voice in the form of government they choose, not pedigree, and not being a son or a daughter of someone else, but rather...
As far as Israel being on the ground and finding him under the rubble and everything, you have to remember that there's agents, there's Mossad and people, and there's also like double agents and things in Iran, and they've had those for years. So that's how they know the movement of these people, and that's probably how they knew where Khamenei was in his compound and all that. So with their intel, they have people on the ground who can do that kind of stuff, even though Israel themselves, you know, they're just not like walking across the border and walking over into Iran and that kind of stuff and looking through looking for the body. But there are definitely people there who can do it.
Putting out the first picture that we're seeing of President Trump as he's been monitoring this situation. And so Fox is now also reporting, I do want to, I've just been alerted to this here in our newsroom. This is what Fox is now saying. It's a source coming to them saying a U.S. base in Saudi Arabia is currently under attack. Is that correct, Julianne? That is correct via Fox News. So we'll continue to work behind the scenes to learn more information there. But let's focus on what's here on the screen. Has President Trump saying that he's monitoring those U.S. military operations in Iran? This is the picture that came out, Operation Epic Fury. We're seeing it for the first time, but let's get back to that update. That could be extremely major, as Fox is now reporting, that this is sort of aftermath, potentially a U.S. location in Saudi Arabia, facing some backlash after all of these strikes happened in the overnight hours. Was this anticipated when we're talking about retaliation? We saw some of the strikes coming in the area of Tel Aviv in the hours after those initial strikes from Iran. Potentially, though, a U.S. base seeing the same thing at this hour. Are we still, is this, I'm asking you, Doctor, is this something that we've anticipated?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question real quickly?
Yeah, I was just asking if this is something that we anticipated with this reporting coming from Fox News now, that potentially a U.S. base in Saudi Arabia seeing retaliatory strikes. Is this something that is kind of a standard that the Iranians might use to respond?
Right. Well, this regime is back against the wall. It is isolated internationally. Its leadership has been decimated. It is facing an uprising inside Iran that has weakened it to the verge of collapse. It is like.
So supposedly just in, there's reports of people cheering that the Ayatollah is gone in Iran.
جاوید شاه! جاوید شاه! خدای شکرت!
So as we heard before, a lot of people see this as like a, freeing the people, and supposedly there's fireworks and stuff that are being lit off as well. So of course, in the world of AI, we always have to pay close attention to that. But it says Iranians are cheering and celebrating in the streets after Khamenei's death. The Iranian people wanted this. What do you guys think about that? Obviously, we have a lot of people that are saying that we shouldn't be in there messing with stuff. We shouldn't be intervening. But we're seeing all these reports that the people are actually excited and happy. Obviously, that's an old post from 2024. But, and we saw this earlier, even when the attacks first started, even before Khamenei was gone, people were cheering.
Ongoing killings in Iran as we speak. And certainly it's lashing out at its neighbors and the assets of the U.S. military outside in the region. And so that is to be expected. Unfortunately, this regime has been a militarized, violent regime since its inception. The greatest cost has been, unfortunately, been taken out on the people of Iran, the losers. All these years, the closest people to the regime have been the people of Iran, and they've been paying this enormous price. It is incumbent upon the international community to recognize the Iranian people's resistance, organized resistance led by NCRI. That recognition is instrumental. It's in fact critical.
For anyone that's just tuning in, I don't know how just tuned in you are, but obviously Israel, the U.S., attacked Iran, and Iran attacked back, including our allies, including other countries. And there's news, supposedly, that's official, that the Ayatollah Khamenei is dead, along with a lot of his upper-level guys and his son-in-law and daughter-in-law. So that's basically where we're at. The latest news is basically that the Ayatollah is supposedly dead.
Of the country. You said this is not someone who needs to come from a background, maybe through blood. Are you speaking of the former Shah's son, who has been attempting to also garner support to potentially become the next leader? What are your thoughts there?
Well, I think he's been the greatest obstacle to change in Iran. He has been lashing out against the Kurdish and other minorities in the country. He's been lashing out against the main opposition group, the MEK and others, and he has been courting the IRGC to help them overthrow the regime, which is, it's almost like trying to recruit the SS to overthrow Hitler. And so he has no organization, he has no capability, and he's only
That is obviously one of our reporters from our Arabic cousins station.
Interesting. They keep freezing in the same spot over and over again. Well, let's see if we can give them a minute. Hey, Yummy Brand, how's it going? As far as the city lights on, I don't know if they're related. Obviously, when they went to Venezuela, they purposefully took out or shut down the grid. Whatever they did, they hacked the system. They used some kind of new weapon that killed the power. But yeah, I mean, unless there's a direct hit on power sources and the electric grid and that kind of stuff, they're gonna have power. They're gonna have lights.
So no, he's not an answer for Iran of tomorrow, unfortunately, but he's been an enormous distraction and a great cost, at great cost to the people of Iran. And the real alternative are those who have been bleeding in the streets of Iran since 1982, and that's the NEK and the National Council of Resistance of Iran. A qualified leader, a measure of legitimacy is the sacrifice, and that's what Maryam Rajavi comes in. A qualified leader also has a plan. The plan is the 10-point plan that she introduced a couple of decades ago. It is important to know that. And that is important because they also have operational kinetic capability inside the streets of Iran. And we saw that last.
There's a pretty much steady barrage of missiles coming in from Iran. So scientists are sounding red alerts are once again going out across Israel. And there's more ballistic missiles incoming, more drones being launched from Iran. So Iran's not messing around. I mean, this is a semi nonstop. Yeah, I'm starting to get alerts to my phone in the So Far app now. So I'm trying to see what specifically is going on here. So they're under attack by rockets for sure. And rockets are obviously short range. So that would be like the rebels and stuff. I don't see anything about drones yet. I see some missile alerts. It's covering large areas too. So if you are in Israel, obviously take cover, get to your shelter. But it's interesting whenever this happens, it's almost like the Israeli people are so used to it. They're just like watching, The Simpsons and stuff between these raids. They sit out in the smoke and hang out outside their rocket shelters, kind of like us in the Midwest with tornadoes. There's like an EF5 or EF6. Obviously, EF6 doesn't exist, but, like we had an EF2 and 3 last year, and everyone's just sitting outside looking at it, taking pictures. It's a little bit different, though, because it's predictable. You can see it. You can see where it is and see what it's doing. I'm just looking to see if there's any other updates. I'm seeing kind of this, let's see. Yeah, there's more fireworks celebrations. Cheering. So it seems that's a thing. There's a lot of people that are happy that Khamenei's going. I'm looking to see if there's anything, like, obviously that's the biggest news at the moment. So we have more U.S. officials verifying that they agree that Israel, or with Israel, the Khamenei and a handful of top Iranian leaders were killed in the first strike. So that means they got him, like, very first thing this morning, within 30 seconds of starting this entire campaign, they hit his compound, the Khamenei compound. So he was taken out immediately. That's basically the first thing that happened. Skies over Tel Aviv. There's rockets, there's interceptors, missiles. So it's very active. And I mean, imagine, years back, you wouldn't have any of this stuff. You'd have none of this information. But with people having cell phones, it's like having a million people on the ground as correspondents. It looks like there's air defense activated right now in Qatar. So Qatar is getting hit again. We know the Bahrain's been hit multiple times. And they have the 5th Fleet base there. Missiles over Doha in Qatar, officially. Multiple explosions in Dubai. So, again, this is not just, you know, like a military type of thing. They're just targeting the allies, countries just in general. And some of them don't even have, you know, U.S. defense and stuff there. Looks like United Arab Emirates air defenses are intercepting Iranian missiles as well right now. So Iran's doing exactly what they said they would do, but it seems as though they're indiscriminately just launching because they have accuracy in their missiles. And it seems like they're hitting civilian targets. Blasts have just been heard in Qatar. More sirens in Bahrain. I mean, this is crazy. So, I'm not seeing. Someone said to look at Al Jazeera again. More missile alerts in Israel. I tried to pull up Al Jazeera English, but it's not working.
It's been hit also today. So it's important to know that because tomorrow belongs to the people of Iran, and transitional government has already been introduced by Maryam Rajavi. It is time the international community recognize them, and the people of Iran are capable, and the organization inside Iran is capable of overthrowing this regime for sure.
And still so much to watch as this is all unfolding. And I want to remind folks, if they're going to be here with us on live now, we're continuing to watch the reaction that we're going to be getting from the leaders as well. At 4 p.m. Eastern time, we are expecting an update from the UN Security Council as well. There might be some remarks that are made ahead of time as well. This has been called in response to all of this in New York. And so, Dr. Sagapur, while I have you here, what is the role does the UN Security Council potentially play as we're moving forward in these hours, now having the aftermath and knowing the information that Iran's supreme leader has now died?
Well, I think it's important to recognize that the UN has essentially been silent on crimes against humanity over and over the past 4 decades. The 1988 massacre of political prisoners included my own brother among those 30,000. They never established an investigative body to figure out who is responsible. Keep in mind that Ali Khamenei, who is dead today, was the president of Iran when the 1988 massacre occurred. He was the supreme leader of the country when the regime in Iran killed 30,000 people just a few weeks ago. What has the UN done to hold the regime accountable? The seat at the UN does not belong to the resistance of Iran. So I am not really sure what the UN is going to do, but I know they're courting.
Entire Middle East pops off. This is Bahrain. A high rise in Bahrain has been struck by an.
So since this is playing the music, I can't show this. I think they do that on purpose. It's pretty smart, actually. If you're doing a report or something and you put copywritten music on it, other people can't use it without getting dinged. Basically what happens is, like, say if you do a 20-hour stream and you use like 5 seconds of music that's copywritten, the entire stream gets demonetized. So that's why you always see creators like, whoa, 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 and like muting and getting rid of certain videos in certain situations.
For breaking down the very latest. Any final thoughts before I let you go? It's so much that is happening within the last 30 minutes or so. Hard to really put it into words, but what else are you looking for as we're moving into the next few hours?
I think we have to pray for the people of Iran, for them to be safe. I think it's important to recognize that our policymakers asked them to seek shelter, and that's important. I think I want to mention that the National Council of Resistance of Iran has asked its operational units, the MEK resistance units, to be of help to the people, but especially elderly and children. And so we are in this phase at the moment, but the time for fighting will certainly come. And that will be, unfortunately, at a cost, but that's a cost, sacrifice that people of Iran will have to accept and have accepted for more than 47 years. And so we will go through this process, but I think this thing is evolving. All right, this is a highly entrenched regime.
And it really is evolving minute by minute, those updates coming in. Every second, we're going to keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox, but we first have to thank Dr. Sagapur for spending time with us to break.
All right, so based on everything I'm seeing right now, looks like there's nothing really major coming out. Obviously, Iran is attacking back and forth with Israel. They're also hitting our other allies. And then, how do you like an active post? I'm not sure what you're asking there. But, so obviously, Iran and Israel are going back and forth. They're also hitting Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Qatar, obviously Israel. So it's going back and forth, and I think it's going to continue for at least a couple days. The U.S. and Israel said they have lots of strikes planned, and apparently they've already taken out the upper leadership. Maybe the president got away, the president of Iran. So at this point, I think there's not a lot of new information coming out. It's just going to be they hit this, they hit that, they blew up this, they blew up that. So Khamenei being hit, obviously, if he's dead like they say he is, that's probably the biggest news of the day at this point. But I will probably, if anything major happens, like if an aircraft carrier gets hit, or we use U.S. troops get hit or something like that, then I'll come back on. But I think right now I'm going to call it there. But I appreciate everyone being here. Make sure you guys hit that like on the way out and subscribe if you're not subscribed. And all the people who sent super chats and the gifted memberships and all that stuff, very much appreciated. And I want to thank the mods for being here as well. And Dana Vision, 10 memberships is awesome. Dad, 5 memberships, much appreciated. So we will see everyone else when we go live again. I'm assuming we'll be live again throughout this weekend. So I will see you soon. Thanks for stopping by.